Trump was dismissed by one of his appointed judges, Eileen Cannon. She made the argument in her ruling that the Supreme Court's recent language indicated the special counsel may not have been lawfully appointed or funded. Jack Smith was appealing that, trying to resuscitate the case, and now he's going to stand down, making the same argument that you can't prosecute a sitting president.
An airport job action just before Thanksgiving.
Private contract workers at Charlotte Douglas International Airport in North Carolina are on a one-day strike. They want better pay. The workers clean planes, restrooms, and gate areas, along with helping passengers with wheelchairs.
The wages got to be more so everybody can have what they need to survive or to live. We're surviving, but we're not living.
Most of us are homeless, are living from paycheck to paycheck, and for the jobs we do, that's not right.
The striking workers make between $12 and $19 an hour. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
Saying he needs more time to review documents, a judge has pushed to January 20th the resentencing hearing for parent killers Eric and Lyle Menendez. CBS's Elise Preston.
The defense and family members had been optimistic that the brothers would be home for the holidays. That won't happen now. The earliest we could see a release would be in a couple months.
At least 85,000 women and girls were killed intentionally in 2023. That according to a new UN report on femicides, which is an intentional killing with a gender-related motivation. Narazai Gumbazane with the UN Women Group says the data on these murders is incomplete, but still shows an increase from previous years.
It means every 10 minutes we have an experience of violence, and this is just so unacceptable.
Lawyers for conspiracy theorist Alex Jones were back in a Houston bankruptcy court trying to stop the sale of InfoWars to the satirical news outlet The Onion. The judge says he won't approve or reject the sale until an evidentiary hearing in December. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? They're yours, and Progressive protects them both. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Some popular vehicle brands are being recalled. CBS's Matt Piper with details.
More than 200,000 Hyundai, Genesis, and Kia electric vehicles have been recalled due to a power issue. The National Highway Safety Administration says the vehicle's transistors in the charging control unit can get damaged and stop charging the 12-volt battery, which could cause loss of power while driving, increasing the risk of a crash. Impacted owners will be notified via letter in the coming weeks in order to take their vehicles to the dealership for a free repair.
California could offer state tax rebates for electrical vehicles purchases if the incoming Trump administration eliminates a $7,500 federal EV tax credit. Governor Gavin Newsom says he'll propose creating a new version of the state's successful clean vehicle rebate program, which was phased out in 2023 after funding nearly 600,000 new cars and trucks. Officials didn't say how much the program would cost or how the rebates would work. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Hi, everyone. If you or someone you know were diagnosed with lung cancer or mesothelioma, listen up, because you could be entitled to significant compensation. We have legal professionals standing by right now to take your call, and they'll tell you if you qualify for a cash settlement. Call 800-570-0200. That's 800-570-0200. Call now and find out how much money you could potentially get.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center, may not be available in all states. your gas light's on. We need to fill up.
Gas around here is too expensive.
Don't drive all over searching for the lowest prices. Just download the free Upside app and get cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying gas? I'm stopping now to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Cash out anytime to your bank account, PayPal, or e-gift card. Download the free Upside app now and use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. That's promo code RADIO.
Balanced, fair, thoughtful. Wave 105 FM.
Good afternoon. It is 2:05 p.m. and that is your time check brought to you by Wendy's. Wendy's has something new on their menu, the mushroom bacon cheeseburger. Try their deliciously indulgent sandwich made with juicy beef, crispy applewood smoked bacon, savory roasted mushrooms, Munster cheese, and a creamy garlic spread all on soft toasted bun. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's.
Start your day right with Mornings with Patty Arroyo every weekday morning from 6 to 10 a.m. Then meet me, Pauly Suba, in your afternoon on the Brightside. Ride the wave with us on your radio at 105.1 FM or stream us 24/7 at thewave105.com. The sound of Guam is Wave 105.1 FM.
We are so thankful you're listening to our stations.
Hafa Adai Guahan, want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving from the Morning Blender.
Hafa Adai, it's Pauly Suba from the Brightside. This Thanksgiving, let's take a moment to count our blessings, share our gratitude, and enjoy the love of family and friends. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving from all of us here at the radio stations of Glimpses Media. That's Power 98, Wave 105 FM, and Route 99 FM.
You are tuned into Wave 105.1 FM on the Brightside with Pauly Suba every Monday to Friday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can listen on our website, thewave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105 Guam. If you want to reach us on the line, please call us at 671-922-1051 or 1052. You can also WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. The Brightside is brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. GTA, we start with you. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, we deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Vitali's Italian Restaurant. Craving Italian? Swing by Vitali's Italian Restaurant. Dive into our super pizza, enjoy creamy spaghetti carbonara, or savor the rich fettuccine Alfredo. Open daily for lunch and dinner. Taste the best of Italy today at Vitali's Italian Restaurant. Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside. Heavy traffic on Route 4 Malolo in between the Dandan Road and the gas station. Slow traffic on Route 10 in Manila if you're passing the Jesus Mariano Road up until you get to the intersection that leads to Corton Torres Street. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Upper Tumon northbound if you're coming from the intersection that leads to Route 14, heading to the intersection that leads to Route 16 or near the Dededo Wendy's restaurant. And now for your traffic advisory for the week from Tuesday, November 26th to Friday, November 29th, between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Motorists are advised that the contractor will continue shoulder work along Route 14B and on the sidewalk into Maning. During this time, expect minimal lane shifts and intermittent lane closures. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
wonderful time of the year. With the kids jingle belling and everyone telling you be of good cheer. It's the most wonderful time of the year. It's the
Yeah, it is. Welcome back to the Bright Side right here on Wave 105. My name is Pauly Suba. 671-922-1051 is the number. We are online, thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel, the Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Let's look at how bright it is outside. This according to the National Weather Service. Weather Forecast Office Guam. This weekly regional weather outlook has been prepared by Brandon Idlet. And the regional overview states that easterly trades continue to dominate the region with a series of westward moving surface troughs, focusing showers, thunderstorms, and gustier winds. Multispectral satellite imagery shows a higher abundance of atmospheric moisture across Micronesia, generally leading to higher humidity and a muggier feel if you spend time outside, which includes the Marianas. Atmospheric moisture is noticeably less. However, a surface trough near Chuuk is helping to push moisture northward toward the Marianas. The first two waves of moisture that will pass over the Marianas, especially Guam and Rota this week. If planning outdoor activities for Thanksgiving, ensure tents, canopies are well anchored and secured for any stronger wind gusts. Across Micronesia, the passing surface troughs will periodically bring increasing showers and stronger gusty winds. Current model guidance suggests gusts of 25 to 30 miles per hour, especially for the central and eastern Micronesia, within showers for the next few days. Over the weekend, as high pressure well north of the region shifts into the central Pacific, easterly trades will weaken from western Micronesia and the Marianas to eastern Micronesia late weekend and early next week. And I'm actually looking at basically a photo of Guam and Saipan. It looks somewhat clear, but there's like wind troughs, like Brandon had shared, that are nearby. And so been spending some time outside for the last 2 weeks, and it has been pretty pleasant. Like right after that tropical storm passed us, it was pretty pleasant outside with a lot of wind. Even went to the beach over the weekend, and it was real windy. It was like perfect weather, right? Mm-hmm. But you never can tell when you go into the ocean. Yeah. So because it was windy, you can tell that the currents are pretty strong, right? Even over by Epau Beach. But again, even if it doesn't look strong on the surface, you just never know with these undertows and whatnot. So you gotta really be vigilant when it comes to the waters. And there is a release that came out. Let me see here. They came out this morning at 11 a.m. High risk of rip currents extend to Saturday. And there is also a small craft advisory in effect. So, again, this coming out of the Guam Weather Forecast Office. They issued a rip current statement in effect for east-facing reefs of Guam through Saturday afternoon. That's November 30th. Rip currents can sweep even the best swimmers away from shore into deeper water. There's also the small craft advisory that's in effect until about 6 p.m. Thursday. That's Thanksgiving. For Guam coastal waters, east winds around 20 knots with gusts up to 30 knots and seas 7 to 10 feet, making conditions hazardous for small crafts. The offices of Guam Homeland Security, Civil Defense remind residents, inexperienced mariners, especially those operating smaller vessels, should avoid navigating in hazardous conditions. Again, this is a release that came out from the Office of Homeland Security and Civil Defense at 11 a.m. with a high risk of rip current extending this Saturday, and a small craft advisory is in effect. I know there are a decent amount of people that will spend Thanksgiving or spend the holidays, at least 1 or 2 days, at the beach. Do you usually do that? Have you ever done that?
No, usually our gatherings are like at home.
Mm.
Yeah.
Is it a morning thing?
Dinner.
Mm-hmm. It can be difficult to manage like the number of parties, right? That you would go to, because you kind of want to, you want to
go to everyone's party,
yeah,
right?
Especially if you're married, right?
Yes.
Then you have, or your common law, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have the in-laws,
yeah,
right?
So you have to go to both, right?
Well, sometimes there's 4.
Really?
You know what I'm saying? So sometimes, like your own family, your mom's family, then your dad's family, right?
Oh, okay, I see. Yes.
And then your in-laws have the mom's family
and
the dad's side.
Yeah.
And so it can get pretty stressful as we get into the holidays. And sometimes the dad side gets a back seat. Like, we'll see you sometime in February. I'm kidding. But sometimes it's like that. I mean, because, we come from a matriarchal society, right? Where we, it's not grandpa's house, it's grandma's house. So where are we going? We're going to grandma's house. Where are we going for Thanksgiving? Grandma's house. Even though grandpa's there. Yeah. It's grandma's house. So, that's kind of that can be the trend. So, and, it becomes pretty stressful when you're trying to look at the calendar or the schedule, and you're like, oh, okay, we kind of can, but we're going to be late to every single one of them. So, just, I guess plan accordingly. Sometimes you'll have to split up too, right?
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah. And so, a lot of times people get excited. People get real happy for around the holiday season. There's a lot to be grateful for. There's a lot to be thankful for. But also, you still should be sensitive to others, because this can be the most stressful time. It's the most wonderful time of the year, but it can be the most stressful
I get
time
it.
of the year. Yeah, for sure. We're gonna be getting in. I have a couple people scheduled, whether they come into the studio or we take the phone call. To be honest with you, I am just grateful to have a conversation with these people and maybe others. Who knows? We have a 4-hour show, and so things might come up. But what I have scheduled already in our table of contents is we have from Community First. Let me see here. We have our friend Neo Pangilinan from Community First, and he's going to be coming in. Neo is going to be coming in around 3 o'clock in the next hour to talk to us about their lighting ceremony over in Hagåtña, right? And it's right off of Route 4. Community First has a beautiful brand new building, kind of in front, or not really in front. It's Route 4. If you're coming from Chief Kapua, it's before you get to the library intersection. It's a brand new building there. I know for Halloween, they decorated, right? And so I'm excited to find out how festive they're going to get for Christmas. And so they're going to be doing a lighting ceremony this Saturday at 6:30 p.m. And so We'll get some details about that, and we'll spend some time with our friend Neo Pangilinan and talk about Community First. And then, same hour, Senator Chris Duenas, he's either going to come in or he is going to be calling in, and he's going to talk to us about the Maulik task force. The bill had its public hearing back in like July. Basically, there would be a number of other officers, right, that would be deputized into GPD to assist with drug interdiction and drug investigations, but also do other police work when GPD's numbers, their uniform officers, go down by a certain amount of officers, uniformed officers, to go out and be out there in at their beats, right? And at the time when they were doing the public hearing, they could have enacted Maulik. They could have, set it all up, because at the time when they were doing the public hearing, they did have a lesser amount of police officers that would activate Maulik. I don't know where we are today, because there have been a number of bills that have passed, and then mandates from the governor that would help with recruitment and retention. They've had a couple they've had at least one police cycle too, to add more uniformed officers. But of course, we're always, according to Chief Stephen Ignacio, there still is a big need to add more police officers. So this Maulig initiative would basically address the shortage of uniformed police officers, get other officers from different agencies, right, different law enforcement agencies, to be part of this Maulig group under the Chief of Police, Stephen Ignacio. And they would they would prioritize drug interdiction and drug investigations. There's a couple of things in the bill too, and when I watched the public hearing, and I had to go back again and watch that public hearing just to get refamiliarized with what Maulig is all about. There were a couple things that the chief of police was requesting. One, there's a need for more vehicles. That the amount of vehicles that they have just is just not enough to support Maulig and the upcoming police officers, or the police officers that would come in and be part of Maulig. Speaking of Maulig, we have Joe Maulig on the line. Hafa Adai to Joe Maulig.
Hey.
Hafa Adai, senor.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Joe Maulig.
Yeah, that's why I called in. I want to say happy Thanksgiving to all the veterans.
Viva.
That's it.
Oh, that's it? Oh, happy Thanksgiving to you and your family as well.
You too.
Yeah.
And everybody that's listening.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Is that it? What's on the Thanksgiving table? Turkey? One of your balaku?
No. They just bought a turkey. I don't know where they buy. They bought a turkey Thursday.
Yeah.
At my son Richard's house. Thursday at dinner.
Okay. That's great. Yeah. Happy Thanksgiving to you, Joe Maulig, to you and your beautiful family. You're truly blessed.
Yeah, he just called me this morning to get the lemon from the ranch, and they got the turkey. So
okay.
Thursday we're having get together for
Nice.
Thanksgiving.
Nice. Are they going to take you Black Friday shopping too?
Maybe for Christmas.
Oh, okay.
Because I need them to buy me chainsaw and bush cutter.
Nice. So the bush cutter is you're about to retire the bush cutter and you need a brand new one?
A new one, yeah.
How about that truck? I mean, I know you've been talking about a brand new truck too, or at least a new to you truck.
No, my truck is still good.
Yeah, it's got it could take like another 60,000 miles at least.
This truck is paid off 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So
at least
still good.
4 years ago. So at least you could get another 100,000. Knock on wood. Another 100,000 miles on that.
No, my granddaughter will be coming in, so we're gonna have a party.
Oh, nice. That's
from Idaho University. She'll be having a Christmas vacation. She'll be home.
All right.
By December, so
okay.
I have to be prepared for those base activities for her when she comes home.
Yeah. My guess is she's the Carita. You've been waiting. She is. You've been waiting for this one to come home. It's been a while.
yeah, but the problem is the airline is very congested. She might have problems coming on. I don't know.
Yeah, however, I mean, we got to do what we got to do. Heck yeah, if we know somebody on United, get us those standby tickets, right? Got to do what we got to do. So every now and then we'll get bumped off, but, try again tomorrow. just wear your nice, for guys, wear your nice button-up shirt, right? Yeah, that's pretty much what it is, right? For you just got to look decent, right? If you have like holes in your pants, they could tell you nope, can't get on the plane if you're standby. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, I'm happy for you. Joe Malik. Again, happy Thanksgiving. Can you do me a favor though? If you got time, can you call Friday? I might. Issa and I might be. Myself.
Friday?
On Friday, yeah. I might be lonely on Friday. Nobody, because it is a federal. No, it's not a federal, but it's a Gov Guam holiday. So I don't know who's really going to be paying attention to us on the radio on Friday. So if you got time, maybe keep me company every now and then on Friday.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay. Okay, senor. I appreciate that.
Me, if I'm not busy, so I call it.
Heck yeah. I love it. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm grateful to you and your family.
Especially,
all right. Esther, adios. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
Okay. Adios.
Okay.
All right. 2:28 in the afternoon. So we are either going to be getting Senator Chris Duenas in, either here in the studio. I'd love to talk to him also about his new role as the chairman on the finances of the government of Guam, right? And that's going to be his new role in the 38th Guam legislature. And so it's been a while, actually, to be honest with you, since I've spoken to Senator Chris Duenas. So we're looking forward to that in the 3 o'clock hour, on the second half of the 3 o'clock hour. Whether, again, he's here in the studio or on the phone call. I know things are starting to get very busy for everybody trying to tie things together, prepare for the next session, too. I got the schedule now. There is a date set for the last session for the 37th Guam legislature, and they've already put in. They have the bills that they're going to debate on, and nothing really seems to controversial, to be honest with you, that's on this list. Let me see here. Nothing looks too controversial, but Maulig is on it. And it's going to be, if they go bill by bill, it's going to be the second bill that gets introduced on, or that they debate on the floor. So there's Bill 248, which is relative to the sole source procurement of technology hardware, right? And then there's the Maulig bill, Bill 250, Bill 263, introduced by Senator Will Parkinson, is basically transferring lots in the municipality of Chalampago Ordot and the Guam Department of Parks and Recreation to the office of Chalampago, to the Chalampago Ordot mayor. Bill 272 is relative to modernizing the retention and dissemination of the procurement record and promoting transparency and efficiency in government. That's Senator Sabina Perez. Senator Chris Barnett's Bill 276, relative to requiring all reports of the Superintendent of Education to the Guam Education Board be posted on the GDOE website. Bill 279 is another bill introduced by Senator Chris Barnett relative to renaming the Agate Southern Precinct as the Senator Jose T. Pito Terlai Police Station. Bill 332 is relative to a virtual power plant program introduced by Senator Will Parkinson. Bill 337, look at this one here. So here we are talking about condemning land, and the governor was on yesterday talking about, Patty Arroyo asked her, have you guys condemned any land during your administration? And she was saying, I can't think of any, not during my administration. But she, looking back at history, talking about some lands in Sinahanya for, public use and whatnot. So she couldn't think of any that her administration would have to condemn land. But there's one here, Bill 337. An act to authorize Imaga Hagenguahan to condemn and purchase 1,149 square meters of a private lot, 215, TAC 2, TAC 1, TAC 2, in Maina, the municipality of Asan Maina, to provide for further legal development of a necessary drainage, ditch, and ponding basin in the municipality of Maina. I watched this public hearing as well, and we'll get to that in a bit, because basically this landowner is saying, I'm willing to trade. You can condemn this land. Obviously, you need it necessary for a drainage, ditch, and ponding basin for the municipality of Maina. I can't even build on this land anyways, but I recognize the value of this land. And you need this land. I'm willing to get another piece of land. But the other piece of land that I want, you're saying is in Dededo, and it's 1,000 feet from the nearest power and water hookup. That's not what I want. I want land with power and water already there. And when I watched the public hearing, there was no land that they were willing to provide to this landowner that met that requirement. And so he said, if not, then I know the value of my land, and I'll only sell it for a certain amount. And I can't remember what the exact amount that he wanted. But the DPW director, Vince Areola, was there at that public hearing and mentioned the value is about $86,000, right, for that land. And so it says now here to condemn and purchase this land. So we'll see how that all goes down when they debate this bill, 337, again, introduced by Roy Kanata, Senator Roy, right? And the landowner was there at the public hearing. Senator Frank Blas Jr.'s Bill 351 is relative to exemptions from criminal liability due to juvenile status, and then an amend a section relative to the jurisdiction of the Superior Court of Guam. Bill 356 is Speaker Therese Terlai's bill relative to including licensed professional counselors and clinical supervisors and mandating licensed clinical psychologists or psychiatrists licensed in Guam to hold a license for a minimum of 3 years. Bill 358 is Senator Chris Barnett's bill, and it's relative to salary, recruitment, and retention studies for law enforcement officers employed over at DOC. Bill 363 is a bill introduced by Senator Speaker Terlai. Is basically relative to memorandums of agreement under the Guam Forest System Plan and to adopt the Guam Forest System Plan attached as an exhibit in accordance with the provisions of a Chapter 63, Title 5, Guam Code annotated, and call it the Guam Forestry Legacy Act. Bill 365 is Senator Sabina Paris's bill, and this would establish the Guam Uniform Limited Cooperative Association Act. Bill 368 is Senator Dwayne St. Nicholas's bill, and this is basically allocating the $5 million that was set aside to construct a new DOC facility, but they would use this money because the current facility needs to be maintained. So they would allocate these funds to the maintenance and the procurement of necessary equipment for DOC's adult correction facility and the Hagåtña detention facility. And then there's only one resolution for the December session, and this is Resolution 472, relative to requesting the United States Department of Veterans Affairs to establish a regional office in Guam to service the needs of veterans in Guam, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and the freely associated states. There was another resolution that they were considering. So when they came together to decide what they're going to be talking about in the December session, a resolution was brought up, and that resolution was to censure Senator Will Parkinson. And basically, if you remember, there was arguments going back and forth on the supplemental budget bill, and Senator Joanne Brown was talking, and then Senator Will Parkinson, argued and said, basically was trying to state that or give a point of information. Senator Joanne Brown called it, saying, "You're interrupting me." Senator Telo Taitagui was the one that was overseeing things at the time. And basically, Senator Will Parkinson was not happy. He felt that he was being censored or, told to not talk. And he allegedly made a gesture, an offensive gesture. Some people saw it and some people didn't see it. So there was a letter from from the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam, right? Mayor Jesse Alec, who was there advocating for more money for the mayors, for maintenance workers. He said he saw this gesture. And so he wrote a letter to Speaker basically condemning what Senator Will Parkinson allegedly did in the Congress building. What ended up happening after all of that, even the Republican Party of Guam sent a letter. There was a resolution that was introduced to censure, basically condemn Senator Will Parkinson and say he did in fact do this, and he was wrong for doing it, and we're going to put it on the record. Well, Speaker Therese Terlai requested to put this resolution on the December session, talk about it, and possibly pass this resolution. But it did not even make it through the Committee on Rules. And so that won't be discussed. It's practically dead now, because we'll have a whole nother legislature come 38th Guam legislature. Maybe they might want to bring it up, out of order, but then have a number of votes and say, we overrule the speaker. They might want to do that, but I doubt it. I think even Senator Joanne Brown talked. She was there too. And she just said, moving forward, let's respect the Congress, the halls, the legislative building. Let's treat people, with respect, with professionalism. And, she'll be watching and she'll be critical, as all citizens, right, should. And so that's what she said she'll be doing. She'll be paying attention, even not part of the 38th Guam legislature. So that's, pretty much at this point dead in the water. The other one I noticed not on this floor is Bill 179. And that is, which I'm not sure if they were, no one tried to put it on this, on the session floor. But this was the bill that would basically allow the Guam International Country Club to transition from a golf course to a solar farm. And nobody brought it up to discuss, to add it to this session. It's not there. There was lots of talk at the Dedido Municipal Planning Committee on Wednesday, November 20th. And it was basically residents of Dedido saying, we don't want it. And there were people that had a lot of good information saying how detrimental this is to the environment and to the residents that live in the area. Then the next day, they discussed it at the Tomorrow Land Trust meeting. And the commission basically agreed that they will send that back to the legislature, that they don't even want to entertain it. And so I think that's probably why it didn't get brought up at the Committee on Rules meeting, because of what had unfolded last week on this. So let's see. And Bill 179 was also substituted on the floor as well. All right, 2:43 in the afternoon. We'll take the break. We've got some national news for you, and then another look at your Real Deal traffic report right here on Wave 105.
Wicked took in some big ticket sales this weekend. Correspondent Wendy Gillette reports from New York on one way you can bring the movie into holiday travels.
Wicked cast a spell at the box office in its opening weekend. Popular. The film is not just popular with moviegoers. A Wicked-themed suite at New York Hilton Midtown has been a near sellout, so the hotel is extending availability through January 26th. It features plenty of sparkle befitting of a very good witch. Wicked cocktails are also available at Hilton hotels in major cities. Wendy Gillette, CBS News, New York.
Chuck Woolery, the smooth-talking game show host of Wheel of Fortune, Love Connection, and Scrabble, has died. He was inducted into the American TV Game Show Hall of Fame in 2007 and earned a Daytime Emmy nomination in 1978. Chuck Woolery was 83. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-230-2777. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-230-2777. That's 800-230-2777. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. This is Tess Reyes-Burrier, Public Information Officer from Guam Department of Education. Tune in every Friday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Wave 105.1 FM. Eduquentas highlights the positive contribution of each student, teachers, and staff. Broadcasting every Friday, offering an interactive discussion and engagement with key stakeholders in the community. Once again, tune in every Friday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Wave 105.1 FM, the sound of Guam.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl, equivalent to a few grains of salt, to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the radio stations of Glimpses Media Group, Wave 105 FM and Power 98.
Now available at GTA. iPhone 16. Hello, Apple Intelligence. iPhone 16 now features Apple Intelligence, the personal intelligence system that helps you write, express yourself, and get things done effortlessly. For a limited time, when you purchase iPhone 16, get a free $300 Visa gift card and a power accessories bundle with any new unlimited wireless plan on device installment. That's a value of $450. Terms and conditions apply. Visit gta.net for more information. GTA, we start with you.
Hey, what's going on, Guam? Dicey Dice here, and I'm inviting you to join me on Power 98 Monday to Friday from 10 a.m. all the way to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We are covering anything and everything from entertainment, headlines. We are doing sports, giveaways, and more. And don't forget, the show is all being brought to you by Rigoroil Laguna Guam Resort, McDonald's. I'm loving it. Shouts out going out to Vitali's Italian Restaurant, Wise Owl Animal Hospital, Lotte Hotel, and Golf Espresso. Rolling with dice in the middays, Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 o'clock on Power 98 FM.
You work all day. Nights are for relaxing. Tune in Monday through Thursday for Light Nights here on Wave 105 FM. Designed to help you chill and forget about the stresses of your day. The wave doesn't stop, but it sure can slow down. It's Light Nights, Monday through Thursday nights till midnight only here on the Sound of Guam. Wave 105 FM.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. This is Tess Reyes-Burrier, Public Information Officer from Guam Department of Education. Tune in every Friday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Wave 105.1 FM. Eduquentas highlights the positive contribution of each student, teachers, and staff. Broadcasting every Friday, offering an interactive discussion and engagement with key stakeholders in the community. Once again, tune in every Friday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Wave 105.1 FM, the sound of Guam.
Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the bright side. Heavy traffic on Route 2 in Hamatak by the Seti Bay Overlook. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Adelup north and southbound if you're heading to the intersection in front of the governor's office. Slow traffic on Route 1 north and southbound if you're heading to the intersection that leads to Route 30 or near the Jack in the Box restaurant. Slow traffic if you're coming out of Route 14 or 14B into Muning, heading to the intersection on Route 1. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Manning northbound if you're coming from the intersection that leads to Route 14B, heading to the intersection that leads to Route 10A. And now for your traffic advisory for the week from Tuesday, November 26th to Friday, November 29th between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Motorists are advised that the contractor will continue shoulder work along Route 14, Challenge San Antonio into Manning. During this time, expect minimal lane shifts and intermittent lane closures. And that is your Real Deal traffic report here on the Bright Side.
Welcome back. The Bright Side right here on Wave 105. My name is Pauly Suba. Here's our number, 671-922-1051 or 1052. We're online, thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel, The Wave 105.1 FM Guam. I do want to remind everybody that the Guam Museum is seeking tomorrow wedding memories and mementos, right, for an exhibit that's set to open in January of next year, obviously. So if you're interested in donating or loaning items, images, or sharing stories, you can contact the curator of the Guam Museum. That's Dr. Maget Lujan Bavacqua at 671-989-4455, 671-989-4455. More details here. They're planning an exhibit that will highlight some more wedding traditions and history. In order to make it a success, they are seeking the community's help. As part of developing this exhibit, they are inviting the community to donate or loan items that have significant historical, cultural, or aesthetic value and can help the museum illustrate a variety of tomorrow wedding traditions. This can include, but isn't limited to, wedding dresses, photos and photo albums, invitations, decorations, and other memorabilia. As part of the exhibit development, the museum is also hoping to collect wedding stories, and not only those that reflect tomorrow cultural traditions of the past, but also the evolving traditions of today. We encourage those that want to share their own wedding stories or those or their elders and how tomorrow culture played a role in its various stages, including the courtship, the complemento, the fandango, and others. Again, if you're interested in possibly donating, loaning something to the Guam Museum, or just sharing your story, you can message them on social media, Guam Museum's Instagram. It's all one word, Guam Museum. Or call the number, 671-989-4455. That's 671-989-4455. You'll be contacting the curator. That's Dr. Maget Lujan Bavacqua. The deadline has extended. Last time I was speaking to Dr. Bavacqua, he had mentioned December 6th, but it has been extended until December 27th. So you can start looking around or even just start contacting the Guam Museum, see how you can assist or add to this tomorrow wedding in Guam exhibit. All right, let me see what else we got. We're also going to be talking to Congressman Jim Moylan, right? Because there was a release that came out yesterday. We're going to be talking to him later on at the tail end of the show, either in the late part of the 4 o'clock hour or in the early 5 o'clock hour. And so the release is basically TSA responding to Congressman Jim Moylan, addressing passengers and the inconveniences when they go to the Honolulu airport, right? Have you ever been Guam to Hawaii?
Yes.
Okay. You remember what happens? You get out, your bags are there, and you got to walk it a distance either to an elevator, and sometimes that first elevator is so packed, so you walk to the next elevator because there's like a line to get on to that first elevator.
Yes.
Yeah. And so this has been an ongoing issue, right? I remember I went and did it back in January, and it was still it was the same. Get out of the plane from Guam. We were connecting to, where were we connecting to? I think Houston. I think so. And so we grab our bags. We get to the first elevator. We see a whole bunch of people waiting in line because everybody's trying to get on that first one. So we just keep walking, go to the second elevator. I think we only needed to go to the second one. There was still somewhat of a line, but not too bad. The second trip brought us up, and then we rolled our bags over to another section where there were United employees there, but we were, what do we do with these bags? Because obviously there's more bags there that the United employees were securing. And it's one of those things where you're just like, do I leave my bag here and do I walk away? And, they're saying, yeah, you just walk away. Don't worry, we got it from here. And, the whole time, though, you're like, I hope my bag gets to where I'm going, because my end destination, my final destination was not Houston, Texas, right? And so it's supposed to meet me. These bags are supposed to meet me at my final destination, which was like 2 more airplanes. But if it doesn't leave Hawaii, then I'm SOL, right? For the next couple days. And then you're just being inconvenienced, calling the airport and seeing where your bag is, where we're tracking it. And then, all of that. Things that you feel it's 2024. Do we have to do this? Right? So we find out today or yesterday that some things have been simplified. And so we're going to be talking to Congressman Jim Moylan later. In this release, he says it basically says numerous letters throughout this term from Delegate Moylan to United Airlines, to the U.S. Customs and Border Protection and TSA. Administrator Pekowski shared that a new alternative operating procedure has been established. This AOP would designate a TSA bag drop location within the airport's sterile area and would require a much shorter movement, as it would be close to the baggage carousel. And then Delegate Jim Moylan says, this is great news for passengers traveling from Guam and through Honolulu, particularly those who have challenges walking a far distance while lugging their baggage. This issue is also long overdue, and it takes us back to a practice of years prior where the bag drop area was within the sterile arrival area. So again, we'll be talking to him a little bit later. Further, the release further states, Delegate Moylan said there is great appreciation for the collective efforts in addressing this problem. Thank you to Mr. Sam Shinahara and his team at United Airlines for assisting in this advocacy, and of course to the federal partners of TSA and CPB. While we pounded all these entities with numerous letters, we commend their efforts to remain resilient and identify solutions. Again, that's the statement from the office of Congressman Jim Moylan addressing passengers' inconveniences at the Honolulu airport. All right, 2:59 in the afternoon. Again, on the other side of the CBS News and another look at the Real Deal Traffic Report, we're going to be speaking to Neo Pangilinan of Community First, and we'll be talking to Neo about how Community First is going to be celebrating the holiday spirit, and by celebrating the holiday spirit, they're going to kick off the first holiday celebration with a lighting ceremony this Saturday, November 30th at 6:30 p.m. And so we'll get more information from Neo of Community First after these. We are KGUM FM in Hagåtña, Guam.
KGUM FM, Hagåtña, Guam. The sound of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Federal prosecutors moved to dismiss the election interference and the classified documents cases against President-elect Donald Trump. The judge in the D.C. election subversion case has granted the request. CBS's Scott McFarland.
This chapter in American history, this first ever federal criminal prosecution of a former president, really ended anticlimactically with this narrow 6-page filing late today from the special counsel Jack Smith saying his case is not flawed, his case didn't get weakened, but that you just cannot prosecute a sitting U.S. president, that the Constitution and the Department of Justice bar that.
In a social media post, President-elect Trump mentions an invasion of the U.S. by migrants and follows it up with a threat to impose 25% tariffs on all products from Canada and Mexico and slapping products from China with an additional 10% tariff. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
Tariffs usually have a lag of around 6 to 9 months on the overall economy. After expanding by an expected 2.4% this year, most economists are penciling in a lower rate of growth for the economy next year, closer to 2%. That's due to a combination of tariffs and mass deportations, both of which could lead to higher prices and slower growth.
A food pantry in California says it's struggling to keep up with growing demand. CBS News Los Angeles reporter Amanda Starantino in Newhall.
As the executive director of the Santa Clarita Valley Food Pantry, Joanne Ainsworth helps to recover food that would otherwise go to waste from local grocery stores. When she started here just a year ago, the pantry estimated about 2,000 to 3,000 families came every month. Now they are supporting more than 7,000 and counting.
People will, eat crackers so they can stay in their homes. And so what we hear is that we're the last kind of bastion of hope between them becoming unhoused.
60-year-old Susan Lorenz, who is white, is sentenced to 25 years in prison for shooting through a locked door at black neighbor Ajika Joe Owens last year. Owens had 4 children. Her mother saying today outside of the Ocala, Florida courthouse,
I've been waiting for almost 18 months for this day, waiting to see what the end would be, waiting to see if we were going to get justice. I was able to exhale.
The fight that led to the shooting was over children playing near Owens and Lorenz's houses. Drake, in a legal filing against Universal Music Group and Spotify, alleges they conspired to falsely pump up the popularity of Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us. The song attacked Drake amid a feud between the two hip-hop superstars. His company wants the info on the practices of the two companies. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
While holiday potluck dinners can bring people together, sometimes they come with pitfalls. CBS News Baltimore's Amy Kawada explains.
From foodborne illnesses to unexpected allergens, your holiday plate might carry more than just a side of green bean casserole. Dr. Catherine Schlaffer with the University of Maryland Medical Center.
Food shouldn't really be left out for more than 2 hours. That's when you're hitting that critical mass tipping point.
in terms of the ability for bacteria to proliferate and get us sick.
So to minimize any risk, the best advice to keep in mind is simple. Keep hot foods hot and cold foods cold. Another potential hazard, cross-contamination.
Dedicated utensils are going to be really important.
Amy Kawada, CBS News, Baltimore.
U.S. women's national team goalkeeper Alyssa Nair is retiring from international soccer. A pair of upcoming matches in Europe will be her last after a full 11 years playing for the United States. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Square, a leading platform for businesses, announced the winners of its global awards program, Square 50. This year's honorees include Michelin Guide restaurant Head 11 in San Francisco, Pure Green franchise, a national smoothie chain, Italian eatery Gnocchi on 9th in New York City, and Rejuve Aesthetics and Wellness in Miami. From innovation to community impact, these businesses are making a difference. For the full list of Square 50 winners, visit square.com.
Something magical happens when you unbox the best of British TV with BritBox. Stream acclaimed series starring Olivia Colman, Idris Elba, Sophie Turner, Matthew McFadden, and more of Britain's brightest talent. See what's inside, discover something remarkable, and uncover what perhaps you were looking for all along. Unbox BritBox and stream the best of British TV. Start your free trial at BritBox.com.
That'll get you thinking. Wave 105 FM.
Good afternoon. It is 3:06 p.m. and that is your time check brought to you by Wendy's. Wendy's has something new on their menu, the mushroom bacon cheeseburger. Try their deliciously indulgent sandwich made with juicy beef, crispy applewood smoked bacon, savory roasted mushrooms, Munster cheese, and a creamy garlic spread, all on soft toasted bun. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's.
Hafa Adai. This is Melvin Wampat Borja. I'm the Executive Director from the Commission on Decolonization, and I'd like to invite you to join us every Wednesday from 10 a.m. to noon for Challenge the Status Quo, where we will explore conversations around decolonization, political self-determination, and Guam's political status on Wave 105.1 FM.
We are so thankful you're listening to our stations.
Hafa Adai and I Lily. It's your girl Nene from your Tidal Wave Show. Happy Thanksgiving. Gobble, gobble, gobble.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's me, Ed Suarez from Ed Suarez Live, and I just wanted to pop in and greet everybody a happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy the feast.
Happy Thanksgiving from all of us here at the radio stations of Glimpses Media. That's Power 98, Wave 105 FM, and Route 99 FM.
The Brightside is brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Good to go, your cravings delivered. Order online or download the app. 100 plus restaurants ready to serve. GTA, we start with you. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, we deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Vitali's Italian Restaurant. Craving Italian? Swing by Vitali's Italian Restaurant. Dive into our super pizza, enjoy creamy spaghetti carbonara, or savor the rich fettuccine Alfredo. Open daily for lunch and dinner. Taste the best of Italy today at Vitali's Italian Restaurant. Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside. Looks like traffic is not looking too bad at this hour, but there is a bit of heavy traffic on Route 4 in Hagåtña. If you're passing the McDonald's restaurant, heading to the intersection on Route 1 near the Chief Kapua Park. And now for your traffic advisory for the week from Tuesday, November 26th to Friday, November 29th between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Motorists are advised that the contractor will continue shoulder work along Route 14B and on the sidewalk into Maning. During this time, expect minimal lane shifts and intermittent lane closures. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
ISLA, Guam is where I'm from. Tautanu Itamoru, kingdom of our people. GUAM, island in the sun. From Jigo to Malesu, this land is all that we know.
Heck yeah, from Jigo to Malesu, it's the Brightside right here on Wave 105. My name is Pauly Suba. Hold on real quick because we have somebody in our studio. And if you're watching on YouTube, very festive, Neo Pangilinan of Community First. Let me just make sure these headphones are actually, I didn't even realize. Can you hear anything coming out of those headphones? Yeah? I can hear. Too loud? Nope. No? Okay. We just need to turn on his mic. Neo's mic is now on, yeah? Mic check 1, 2, Neo?
Hafa Adai and good afternoon, Guam. This is Neo coming to you live from the Wave 105.
Heck yeah, you're hired. Wow, you're natural, Neo.
Thank you.
I appreciate you coming in. When I first went down to get you, to bring you up to our studio, I immediately knew Neo looked familiar. And so I remember Neo at the dedication of the new Community First branch in Hagåtña, right? Beautiful building, by the way. It's right off of Route 4 in Hagåtña. And they introduced you there as first you joined Community First as an intern over at Guam Community College. Mm-hmm. And you're now and currently the branch manager of Community First over at GCC, yeah? Mm-hmm. That's impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, every day I am constantly reminded by my staff that I am grateful for the opportunity to impart the tools and resources that I've learned over the years in my position. So every year when I come into work, I'm just so thankful for the opportunity to invest back into the community and to give back and really teach what I've learned.
Yeah, and you're growing and you're thriving over at Community First.
Always, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And so your shirt, very festive, which makes it so very easy to transition to what you're here for. You're here to share with our audience how festive Community First is about to get starting November 30th. Yeah, officially. I'm sure you probably, do you have a Christmas tree up already at your branches?
I mean, I'm very much the traditional Filipino.
Okay.
So I've
Since
had
September?
a Christmas tree. Yes, absolutely. Once it's getting cold, once you see that burr, once it's the burr months, I already set up that Christmas tree. So
Nice.
Thanksgiving is a day, but Christmas really is a season, which I've been celebrating. So I've been listening to Mariah Carey on a loop every single day. I'm sure all of my staff are tired.
Nice. I love it. All right. And so Community First at the Hagåtña branch, you guys are going to be doing the Christmas lighting ceremony, right? And it starts at 6 p.m. this Saturday?
This Saturday.
All
that's
right. And so you got a whole lineup. You're making a whole evening out of this.
Yes, that's
all
correct.
right. Yeah, if you can kind of share with us what you guys got planned. Should we get there a little bit earlier than 6?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So our program consists of live music and entertainment.
Okay.
Once 5:30 hits, we will be listening to some of your favorite Christmas carols from Maina's own church choir.
Heck
So
yeah.
you have that to look forward to, some classic Christmas music. And once the sun sets, once the ambiance and the lighting is ready, we're going to light up the island village of Hagåtña, and you can see just how spectacular the lighting is going to be once the sun finally sets and once it gets dark enough for us to light up the Christmas tree. It's really going to be magical.
All right. And who should attend? Who's invited?
Everybody.
Everyone?
We're inviting everybody from the community. You know, it doesn't matter whether or not you have an account with Community First. So long as, you know, you're on island that night, you're, you know, you live in Agania, you live anywhere, you know, all the way from Jigo to Molesto, you know, all are welcome. Yeah, there's going to be live music. There is going to be a band as well.
Okay.
So we're looking at having Super Lobby Bros there.
Okay.
They are going to be playing live music after we light up the Christmas tree and the building. And there's going to be lots of food trucks as well. So please support local. There's going to be lots of fun. There's going to be giveaways and live music. So if you're interested, anybody who's free that weekend, I know that that's about the same time that we're all celebrating Christmas. My mistake. Thanksgiving and Black Friday. I know I'm going to be celebrating Black Friday, but if you're in the area, please stop on by.
Yeah. And so it's Route 4, Hagåtña, right? And so there's ample parking, but to get there, you would kind of make a loop, right? And try to figure out how to get between the DNA building and the library, right? That road right there.
Yes.
Yeah, and that kind of gets over to the other side where your parking lot is, right? And I'm sure the mayor of Hagåtña wouldn't mind people just kind of parked on the side roads, right? To get over to where the party's at. Yeah. Nice. And the food trucks. Do you have a list of food trucks that's going to be there?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
We are going to have Juju's Galley, so they have the best lobster rolls. We're going to be having Mama Bugs. They have funnel cake, they have lemonade, and we also have Island Craves.
Okay.
So they're selling your classic fiesta plates.
Right.
And we also have Big Boy's Burger Pit Stop.
Nice. Okay.
So a nice variety.
Absolutely.
So for every palate there, and there is a little bit of dessert. So if you're looking for a sweet treat after dinner, Mama Bug's got you.
Yeah. You and I were talking a little bit before we got on how it's important to continue to promote local and promote local pride and identity, right? And I imagine that's what Community First is going to be doing even through this whole Christmas lighting, right?
Right. So our credit union, Community First, we've been in business and we've been serving our island community for the past over 60 years. And our credit union has always been run on the idea of service. So we are just using this holiday season and this event that we're organizing to give back. We want to thank everybody in our island community, our members, our business partners, for putting their trust in us and, you know, for their continued support and loyalty over the years. And we really want to take this opportunity to, in a small way, to give back to them and in a show of appreciation.
Wow. Yeah. You're also like encouraging the community while you're giving back, encouraging the community to give back as well. Wherever they can, especially during this holiday season, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. This show of gratitude, we hope to inspire others, you know, not just local businesses to do the same, to give back and to show how grateful they are, but even, you know, down to the individual. Holiday season is always about giving back and always about you know, the importance of showing gratitude.
Yeah.
I think that's what's really important. That's really why we wanted to plan this whole event.
Yeah. I think also it gives an opportunity for families and coworkers to create like core memories, right?
Right.
Yeah. Through something like this, through a lighting ceremony, whether it's your own community within Community First, right? And then inviting the community out for an event such as this, enjoy the moment and create memories, you know?
Yeah, I am so excited. I can't wait for the second the sun sets, for it to get all dark and for that, you know, that little breath of anticipation or right before we light up that building. I think that's really going to be like a spark of magic, and I can't wait, catch that on camera. And I'm bringing my own family, so I hope it's going to, it's really going to be a magical and special moment for them. It's something that I know that I look forward to every single Christmas year. The decorations, just seeing it just really, sparks a lot of warmth, and it brings back those feelings of nostalgia and, joy this holiday season.
Yeah, I could tell that the season for you and your family is very special, right? And then also being able to celebrate this season, the holiday season, with your Community First family has got to mean a lot too. So the rest of the Community First branches are all going to assemble and join together on this evening?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
All of our employees are invited to bring their family and friends. All of our members, not just our employees, are more than welcome to attend with their families and friends. And like we said, it's not just for members either. It's for every single community member on island.
Nice. I know I wasn't gonna. I was just thinking about how much I enjoyed the dedication, and at that, when I was able to go, they allowed us to tour the place. Such a beautiful building. Does the community ever get an opportunity to tour the branch like that? Because I think it's just something to be proud of.
Most definitely. It is. It has been a labor of love and, blood, sweat, and tears, planning and organizing and, getting that new building open.
Yeah.
So I think it definitely is an opportunity that we haven't touched on, but I think, getting members of the community, regardless of age, but, having students come in, to learn more about banking and to see, just the building, the architecture, and, how deeply rooted our organization is in the village of Agania. I think that's important. So most definitely that's something we can take into consideration.
Yeah. Well, that mural there, I mean, is just something to go check out. And that's right outside the building too. As you get to take advantage of it every time you just go through the drive-through. There's this beautiful mural of like cultural history, of Guam, of the capital Hagåtña. It's just beautifully done. Yeah, and it's just I was joking too. I was like, "Is this the end of the tour?" I thought you were going to take us to the safe because that's where I really wanted to go. Show me where the money's at. But anyways, you guys are going to show us the holiday spirit Saturday, November 30th, starting at 6 p.m. officially. That's when you're going to turn the lights on.
Yes.
At
so
6
be there
p.m.
before
Got it.
6 p.m.
Got it. And then it's practically going to be an evening, right? That's going to go all the way until about 8:30.
Yes.
Yeah. Nice. And you're doing giveaways?
Yes, so we are going to be having little snacks for everybody who's participating in the event.
Yeah.
And I was just bringing up the name of the mural artist, so I want to give a special shout out to Joshua Barragata.
Heck yeah!
Just wanted to make sure I get the name right. So he is the wonderful artist who painted the mural at our Agania Service Center, the new Agania headquarters.
Yeah.
So like you talked about, it is really just a testament to the lineage, the history of how long we've been serving our community. So from old to young, all of our members are made up of a diverse group of individuals. And that's what we wanted to reflect in our ceremony as well. We really want everybody to feel included in our lighting ceremony.
Nice. I know you guys do you give back in so many ways. I've participated in a couple drives that Community First has put together. This is exciting, seeing that you're continuing to do more. You even did like leading up to that dedication. I remember there was initiatives to give back to the community.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the dedication ceremony to our new Agania building was really the pinnacle, like the crowning achievement. It was in recognition of the 60 years we've been serving the community, the 60 years our organization has been in business. We celebrated that by organizing 60 acts of service in our community.
That's the one.
Right? So different things, giving back to various nonprofit organizations, charities, local businesses, supporting sports teams, any way that, any small way that our organization could give back to the community, which, we've been serving for the past 60 years.
Yeah. Thanks, Neil, for coming in. I really appreciate this. Did I get everything? Did I miss anything? I definitely want to give you the opportunity to share.
And we are recruiting for the Student Run Credit Union in Mingilao.
There you go.
Applications will be accepted from now until the end of November. So if you're a junior at the University of Guam or a sophomore at the Guam Community College and you're interested in learning about banking and financial literacy, please submit your application today.
Heck yeah. Financial literacy for sure is something that at any age, to be honest with you, like even at the like elementary level, any opportunity that we can have for our youth to learn about financial literacy. And so here's an opportunity for college students, right, to get involved, like hands-on, like actually intern at a institution such as Community First. Man, take up that opportunity. How do they reach you?
So you can email us. So you can email our Human Resources Department to submit an application. That's hr@cfirstguam.com, or you can learn more about our internship program at www.cfirstguam.com, or just give us a call at 472-8210, and I would be more than willing to answer any and all questions about the student internship program.
Nice. All right. I appreciate you coming in. I don't know. We got a celebrity in here now, Mr. Derek. I don't know. Did you want to say anything too, sir? I'm fine. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I know Neo's got to get to another to our sister station to share all the amazing stuff that you just shared with us here. With our audience here on Wave 105, so I want to get you over there and not get Ed can get very upset when he doesn't get fed and when I don't bring his guests over on time. So we're gonna take the break a little bit early so Neil can get over to our sister station Power 98. But once again, don't miss it. It's this Saturday, the Christmas light ceremony with Community First. They're going to turn those lights on at 6 p.m. So you want to get there at a decent time. 5:30, I think, is more than enough time to find parking. Get on over to the Community First Hagåtña branch. Get comfortable. Watch those lights turn on, and then just enjoy the evening with the Community First family, with food trucks, with live entertainment, and giveaways all the way until about 8:30. So thank you, Neil. I appreciate this.
Thank you for having me. Really appreciate it.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
All right. We'll take the break, Issa. Issa's going to give you the local news and another look at your Real Deal traffic report right here on Wave 105.
Wicked took in some big ticket sales this weekend. Correspondent Wendy Gillette reports from New York on one way you can bring the movie into holiday travels.
Wicked cast a spell at the box office in its opening weekend. Popular. The film is not just popular with moviegoers. A Wicked-themed suite at New York Hilton Midtown has been a near sellout, so the hotel is extending availability through January 26th. It features plenty of sparkle befitting of a very good witch. Wicked cocktails are also available at Hilton hotels in major cities. Wendy Gillette, CBS News, New York.
Chuck Woolery, the smooth-talking game show host of Wheel of Fortune, Love Connection, and Scrabble, has died. He was inducted into the American TV Game Show Hall of Fame in 2007 and earned a Daytime Emmy nomination in 1978. Chuck Woolery was 83. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-230-2777. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-230-2777. That's 800-230-2777 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Johnny Atulai here, inviting you to tune in to Vet Talk Show every Wednesday from 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the wave of conversation where Miss Bobby and I address veterans' concerns and benefits for you, only on Wave 105.1 FM.
The other guys can't beat my $5 Big Deal breakfast meal. A breakfast jack, French toast sticks, and a hash brown served all day. I mean, are they even trying? At Jack, every bite's a big deal. Price and participation may vary. Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Get ready for an exciting afternoon with me, Ed Suarez, on the Ed Suarez Live Show, Monday through Friday. Tune in for your daily dose of motivation that will kickstart your drive, a self-care corner to nurture your soul, and stay tuned for the games and giveaways. The Ed Suarez Live Show is brought to you by Pure Swing Golf, FHB Health Center, Burger King, Rotary Sushi, GTA, Louis Spa, and Live House Guam. Tune in to Ed Suarez Live on Power 98.
KFC's hot wings are back and better than ever. Hand-breaded to crispy golden perfection, KFC's hot wings pack a punch of bold, fiery flavor in every bite. Freshly made throughout the day, fiery and finger-licking good. It's everything you love about KFC turned all the way up. So head to your nearest KFC and grab KFC hot wings before they fly away. KFC hot wings. It's finger-licking good.
Hafa Adai, everybody, it's me, Kyle Mandapat.
Hafa Adai, it's Reese.
And we want you to tune into the Morning Blender every single day.
That's right, there's a lot of things to do. Parties, birthdays to celebrate, songs to play, and of course some horoscopes if you're trying to find out about your day.
And plenty of free stuff too.
That's right, all the free food and so much more.
So tune in to the Morning Blender weekdays 6 a.m. till 10 a.m. right here on
Power 98.
Presented by Burger King,
Aganya Shopping Center,
Subway,
Pat's Tinting and Detailing,
and Chili's. Hafa Adai, everybody, it's me, Kyle Mandapat.
Hafa Adai, it's Reese.
And we want you to tune into the Morning Blender every single day.
That's right, there's a lot of things to do. Parties, birthdays to celebrate, songs to play, and of course some horoscopes if you're trying to find out about your day.
Surprise! I'm back on Wave 105. It's your girl Nene every Saturday from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m.
Catch your island music tidal wave with Nene. Brought to you by San Lorenzo Laundromat.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl equivalent to a few grains of salt to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the radio stations of Glimpses Media Group, Wave 105 FM and Power 98.
I noticed you've been flipping the channels looking for a place to land on. Well, I'm here at 105.1 The Wave. I'll make you laugh, maybe cry, but you're going to hear everything to get you through your morning. Mornings with Patty. You don't have to listen to me, but I think you're going to want to.
Mornings with Patty on the Wave 105 is brought to you by GTA, Chili's Bar and Grill, Bank Pacific, Subway, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Take Care Insurance, and Pat's Denting and Detailing.
We are so thankful you're listening to our stations.
Hafa Adai, Guahan, want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving from the Morning Blender.
Hafa Adai, it's Pauly Suba from the Brightside. This Thanksgiving, let's take a moment to count our blessings, share our gratitude, and enjoy the love of family and friends. happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving from all of us here at the radio stations of Glimpses Media. That's Power 98, Wave 105 FM, and Route 99 FM.
Hafa Adai, Guam, Johnny Atulai here, inviting you to tune in to Vet Talk Show every Wednesday from 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the wave of conversation where Miss Bobby and I address veterans' concerns and benefits for you, only on Wave 105.1 FM.
Now it's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the bright side. Slow traffic on Route 4 in between the Inalahan Pool and the St. Joseph Cemetery. Heavy traffic on Route 4 in Chalampago if you're coming from Pago Bay, heading to the intersection that leads to Route 10. Slow traffic on Route 8 in Barragata if you're heading to the intersection and near the fire station. Slow traffic on Route 16 in Barragata if you're heading to the intersection near the post office and the Guam National Guard. Slow traffic on Route 16 Barragata Heights if you're passing the North Sabana Barragata Drive, heading to the intersection in front of the Guam Revenue Tax. Heavy traffic on Route 3 in Dededo if you're passing the GRMC Hospital, heading to the intersection on Route 1. Slow traffic on Route 3 in between the Finagaisan Elementary School and the intersection that leads to Route 28 Y Sangsung Road. And now for your traffic advisory for the week from Tuesday, November 26th to Friday, November 29th between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Motorists are advised that the contractor will continue shoulder work along Route 14, Challenge San Antonio into Maning. During this time, expect minimal lane shifts and intermittent lane closures. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the bright side.
Welcome back. The Bright Side right here on Wave 105. My name is Pauly Suba, 671-922-1051 or 1052. We're online, thewave105.com. And we're on our YouTube channel, the Wave 105.1 FM Guam. We're looking forward to a conversation with Senator Chris Duenas. A release came out on November 22nd from his office. Basically stating that Bill 250 has successfully been added to the December session, right? Safer, more Maulig Guam to come. According to the release, the fight for a safer Guam took a significant step forward today as Senator Chris Duenas' Bill 250 was officially added to the December legislative session agenda. This represents the opportunity to address one of the most pressing issues facing our island, the rampant drug epidemic. According to the release, Senator Chris Duenas said, "I am deeply grateful to the committee for recognizing the urgency of this issue and including Bill 250 on this month's agenda. This measure provides the foundation upon which we can build a better future for our families and ensure that future generations have the opportunity to thrive right here in Guam." And so on the line right now is Senator Chris Duenas. Hafa Adai, Senador.
Hafa Adai, Pauly, you the man.
Hey, thank you so much for hanging out with us for a bit. I was just talking about Bill 250 getting on the December session agenda. I remember when you had the public hearing, it was like in July. Were there concerns with what was said at the public hearing? Is that why it took a bit to get on a session agenda since then?
It did, Pauly. It was a great public hearing, and there was a lot of input. I think we probably had, I would say maybe 8 or 10 substantive changes.
Okay.
I can go through a few of them.
Yes, please.
The main thing was they wanted to make sure that originally I was trying to make sure that we covered all bases. And I know we talked about this before. And, of course, we're talking about, the Multi-Agency Unified Law Enforcement Group, otherwise known as MAULI. You know, a lot of the concerns that came up in the beginning when I introduced the bill, because, and I know we talked about this before too, was some of the troubles that people saw with the Mandanya task force, and they thought, man, the intent there was good, but there was, obviously there was some problems. And so we went through, and I met with a lot of different groups, and I met with, particularly groups who are now really active in recovery. And these are former addicts that are out there trying to help people recover. And, they thought that basically this was an effort to really just go out there and round them up, kind of thing, and really super intense law enforcement intensity. And it has that component, but they were like, can you try to make sure that we understand what the other end of that is, we need a balanced approach, because we need treatment programs. We need to get people in rehab. We need to try to change, the culture of what's going on, right? So we included, behavioral health, public health, some other programs that when the law enforcement folks said, this is really good and we need this, but if you really want to do what you're trying to do in terms of get opioids off the street, battle the war on ice, and now fentanyl coming in, and the opioid epidemic as well with regard to prescription drugs and different things that are just going around, right? It runs the gamut. You really need to focus. So we had to pare down a lot of the original agencies that we put in place. Another thing was there was a lot of talk about I have a good cross-leveling in this to prevent any type of kind of a situation where there could possibly be abuses, because now I have co-chairs to where the chief of police, of course, always has to be the head of this, but yet we balance it out with the Fusion Center director, as well as the the training director under post. And so when they came down, they said, look, we have several amendments to make this really work. And so they went through, and all of them made sense. So we went back to the drawing board, and we put these amendments in, and we think we have a product now that's really going to work. One thing also that the focus on, and I want to kind of, discuss this with you, Pauly, you're no stranger to law enforcement within your family and the like. Internally to the police department, they always have the capability of standing up task forces.
Yeah.
The difference here is this is codifying a task force in law, which they actually like the fact that the trigger on this means if we don't have 70% manpower of, man on the beat, woman on the street, meaning not people in the office, not people that do other things within law enforcement to make law enforcement work, but actual officers. And I know there's a promotion ceremony that either going on or already happened.
Yeah, it's happening,
for the ranks going up, right? I mean, they're doing what they got to do to continue to promote and keep their folks from within. They can stand up task force pretty much anytime they want, and they do have kind of a standing order for that. But this becomes a law, right? To where they don't have 70% manpower, which on Guam equates to 365 officers, uniformed officers on the street, on the beat, ready to man the villages, man the precincts, have the power that they need out there, which is probably, we're lucky right now if it's at 220 to 240.
Right.
We're 100, we're probably 130, 140 officers down. When that happens, you have this task force that kicks in, and it's not going to put a bunch of cops on the street right away. But what we really came down to in the public hearing, and I think this is what our folks want to hear today, one of the reasons why the chief really embraced it and the Post Commission embraced it was they have federal task forces that constantly have manpower from our agencies, to include our police department. As we speak today, there's probably 7 or 8 senior officers assigned from time to time to federal task forces for this purpose, to go in, do raids, take down operations, things that they find, or they know what's going on in terms of, high-intensity drug activity on Guam. The difference is that those people detailed to the feds control that. So basically it's when they get around to it. And I'm not saying they're neglecting it, but they have priority levels, right? And the one thing that the chief of police said that really kind of changed the mood even of the panel when we were there is this gives us basically the equivalent power of the feds on our side of the fence, which means we stand up now basically our capabilities of a standing operation of a task force that's really designed to go out there and knock out the drug epidemic, to go after opioids, to go after this methamphetamines, to go after what's happening. And this group controls that, which means even within their power, Pauly, they now can recall from the Fed side and say, we have operations. That's 7 or 8 officers now on top of what they have in CID right now. Say today they have 8 or 9 in CID. They're lucky if they have that. It's probably more like 6 or 7. But if they have 9, it's good. Add that 7, they're up to 15, 16. And then there's others that they can pull from other areas that are within the multi-agency unified group, maybe pulling from DOC, maybe pulling from others, to where they have operations where they know they can go in and start infiltrating, start doing busts, start doing big operations, to where they now have that this law will give them that same power, especially when they don't have the manpower. So it's kind of like a reverse for them, to where on the local side they're saying, we know what's going on out there. We're hearing things. We're going to start getting out there and going after, this operation. So the first phase is basically giving them that power and that control to do it. Now they're going to want some funding with this. This doesn't come with funding at this point, but once this bill passes, and I have the OFB next year, we're going to come back and backfill that in terms of setting up their office, and then getting to making sure that we start now that the law is you must have 365 officers at all times, or you're going to have to stand up this task force and you don't shut down until it gets done. It's a game changer, I think, Pauly.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at the session, and not to take away from some of the other bills, but I feel this bill in particular has the most impact on the community.
I think it does, Pauly, and I think the fact that we took our time, of course, years, days, minutes, hours ago is the problem as we see it every time. It's sad, a lot of us are affected by this, our families.
Right.
Nobody's immune from it. But the fact is that we had to get it right, and I think this bill gets it right. Everybody's on board. I want to thank the Lieutenant Governor in particular. He has been, every graduation that we've been to and ceremonies that we've been to up at the airport in particular, several months back, where volunteer forces have been deputized in different areas, and whether it be the civilian side on the stipend, deputizing individuals, and also on the reserve units. I've been to no less than 3 ceremonies, and now 4 a few weeks ago when we went down to the Attorney General displayed the dogs, the drug dogs, the 9 drug dogs now that are ready to go.
Yes.
Every single time at the ceremonies, he's been talking about this bill and how much he wants it to pass, because they want to get to business on this and get moving on this effort. So I have to give credit where credit's due. As far as he's concerned, this bill hits his desk if it's in this form and fashion of the way we've worked on getting it done. He or the governor, whoever's sitting in the office at the time, will sign it immediately. So I want to thank everybody who's put their time and effort into it. I mean, even all the way up to airport fire. I know this is going to sound kind of funny, but it was another hearing that we had on the airport when we were unifying their pay scales up there with ARF and other law enforcement at the airport, where their chief of fire up there and chief of police was basically saying, we have had incidences before where we've gone out of jurisdiction with our airport police and actually did some enforcement because we had to, and a case went to the district court. It held up that as long as we were deputized by the chief of police, we were within our arena to be able to effectuate law enforcement outside of our bounds.
Yeah.
And I tell you, it really goes to show that, this effort is tested. The chief of police will have the ability to pull in, minimum manpower from other areas, deputize, make sure they're trained across the entire discipline. That's why the post commission is there, is to make sure that, and it's really a 2 or 3 week or maybe a 1 month course.
I heard that.
To get them all up on their stuff. And the committee report is very extensive on this, and that's why I'm proud of this work, because this is something that's important but could not be rushed. It's got to be done right, to where we're operating within all the confines of the law. That when these law enforcement people put these cases together, if you got somebody coming from another jurisdiction that's not totally up on their report writing or whatever else, that's no excuse. They're going to be trained, they're going to be cross-trained, and they're going to be ready to work with others to make sure that their case is going to stick. So the bottom line is that these guys are ready to go. There's full buy-in. The chief, I met with the chief for months and months and months on this, and he never said no, but he knew he needed to have the dots, the I's dotted and the T's crossed to be able to pull this off and make sure that it was as tight as it could be. So we're there. Pauly, I'm excited because we need it. I couldn't have come at a more critical time. Some of the calls that the AG is making, I know I do agree with using these dogs, way, way, way more than and inspecting anything we can possibly inspect. One thing that I think this task force is going to be able to do too is really, really, because of the Fusion Center, we need to make sure that those relationships get stronger and stronger with the Federal Postal Service. They're finding a lot of stuff in there. I know that it's they're very restrictive and very guarded, of course, of their operation. But I think getting our dogs in there a lot more too is really going to be a game changer as well. I think we still continue to get a lot of this stuff in the mail.
Yep.
And then the other operations is going to have to be looking into some stuff, maybe using agriculture and the like. I think we're getting this stuff a lot on, boats that are going undetected offshore, different shores, on borders. And so that will be agriculture, alongside, other law enforcement that are out there in the field that actually kind of know, and, they walk the jungles, they see things at night, they see different things. And so I look at it as being very comprehensive. Every law enforcement group is on board with this one. So I think this is a game changer, Pauly, and Guam needs it really bad right now.
Yeah, I know one of the concerns was a full-time drug prosecutor, and that's something that you were saying that you're willing to look at. Is that something that has already been attached since it's gone through committee?
Yeah, definitely. There's verbiage in there. I think more than anything else, what's going to happen is when this bill passes, and this is stood up, I think the biggest thing is really that will be also part of how, when we do the public safety, and I work with our new incoming chair, of course, Senator-elect Sean Gumatauta, when we do public safety, we're really going to have to make sure between public safety and law that we have a real clear coordination, that a full-time prosecutor is funded for that operation only, and operates not just with Maulik, but basically operates strictly going forward. That you have that continuity. That was the linchpin as well. The discussion of saying that, these guys can, as a multi-agency task force, they can go out and they can really start effectuating a lot of enforcement and really on this opioid issue and what we're concentrating on. They can go out there and they can effectuate these arrests. They can start rounding up, but they got to make sure these cases are solid, and you got to make sure that the law enforcement work now, when it goes to the AG's office, is not just jumbled around and passed around. They've had this experience in the past that when they've had a dedicated prosecutor, they really have strong cases. The cases are strong going forward. They hold up. These are people that work with these law enforcement officers on a daily basis. They take these reports, they compile it, they get really strong cases. They can build cases with further investigation based on that continuity. And so, yes, that's definitely built into it. And then we're going to have to basically, coming out of that, we'll have to make sure that when we're putting together budgets and operations, that that's that there's buy-in from all of the multi-agencies that this goes up, we get it, and then I know the AG is amenable to this, to a dedicated prosecutor to make sure that we can effectuate these cases and get prosecution.
Yeah, nice. All right. And so I've heard you say a number of times, one of the biggest roles that the legislature has as senators is we are the ones that, control the government's purse strings, right?
Yeah.
And so now, seeing that you are the chair of the General Government Operations and Appropriations, you're definitely looking into, how we're going to be budgeting agencies and whatnot moving forward. And so what's your, I guess, speaking to you for the first time, knowing that that's going to be your role for the 38th Guam legislature, what has worked, what hasn't worked, and the things that haven't worked, what are you going to address?
So, Pauly, I'll give you kind of a snapshot on how I feel and the many budgets that I've been a part of in terms of from the minority and some of the things that I'll go big picture and then down into kind of what we're talking about here,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
First and foremost, I want to, and I've been in discussions with budget folks now, and we'll make some final decisions here going into December on how we'll finalize and outfit the office. But the biggest thing is for me is that I want the public auditor to play a much bigger role than he has been. That office, of course, it's occupied now by Speaker BJ, and he's no stranger to budgets and the legislature. And we've had a meeting already, and it's been very productive in terms of letting the audits drive budgets going forward. Because you've got numbers that you have, and we've got monthly, and quarterly reports that come out, and we go through spreadsheets sometimes on a weekly basis. But an audit, really, those numbers are the final numbers on what really happened, right? And so I think the most important thing preceding, especially some of the bigger agencies like health, like education, and even public safety, really, we should proceed this with the audit so that we can show the true picture of what's been happening, how money's been spent, and how they've spent their resources in order to just really plan more effectively going forward. The other thing is I'm going to convene the Special Economic Service a lot earlier to get, especially now, given the fact that we're fighting to get tourism back on its feet and tracking with other national trends. We're trying to make sure that we continue to stabilize our budget going forward. I think knowing that an earlier picture of what the projection might be going forward, and more time to spend after that on the actual hearings starting earlier. I think that we've really kind of pushed the envelope a lot on having later hearings and then getting into December and really crunching. And I think that causes some sort of, it causes problems because it turns into sort of like a frenzy and a fight for resources as opposed to a longer projected budget season to where we get the numbers right off the bat. And there's very minimal adjustments when it comes down to the actual budget time. I'm also looking at maybe a little earlier than just August and getting to the last week, to where it kind of the clock is ticking. I think we can do a lot better work up front to prepare that, more hearings, even if I have to start scheduling in the evening if the calendar's full, so that we get more information and get this budget out earlier, so it's debated earlier and it takes care of the priorities, to where they need to be funded, instead of having to get into budget session and then start arguing over adopting the revenues and then fighting later on over a supplemental budget if there were shortfalls. So that's kind of my approach. I'm not, in this session, Pauly, I've committed myself to not introducing a lot of legislation. I want to give my full attention on the budget. I might introduce 2 or 3 bills. I've got a few leftovers that I didn't get done in this last session, but I'm gonna really see if I can make a difference. Being an OFB chair, that's basically, this is my job. I'm going to make sure that this is the biggest thing that the legislature does, is to pass the annual budget. The legislature really only does 3 things. it confirms appointments from the governor. It passes laws that need to be passed, to operate our government and to update the books on in terms of what laws govern us. And basically, other than that, to me, the biggest task is the power of the person, passing a budget to provide the services that the people of Guam need and to make sure that we're in line with the priorities of making our island safe, having good education and good health care. So that's going to be my commitment, is really basically 100% on this job. And I've dedicated myself to that, to try to get the best budgets that we can out. Now, going back to talking about it, what it means for particularly public safety, healthcare, education. One of the things I'm finding, and I have found over the years, Pauly, is a lot of times we scream about numbers and about money and what these agencies need, but if you really dig into it, a lot of times they're not spending at the levels that they were appropriated. Now, that could be a lot of different reasons, whether it's operational internally. That's why I want to have a lot more hearings. Are you being held up on your allotment schedule when, DOA is supposed to be releasing your money? Are you being held up on your paperwork? Are you sending down your government actions in time and in a timely manner to get people on board and hire, instead of going and having a staffing pattern that says you can hire 100 people, but you only hire 30, and then you say you're short? How can you be short 6 months through the budget season when you haven't hired 70% of your operation? That means you have a lot of money because you haven't been paying salaries and benefits. So you might say you're short in your budget, but you're not short because you have a lot of money in areas where you haven't hired. So I want to be a little bit more forensic on this to make sure that, agencies are spending what they're allotted before we get into a frenzy of saying we're short. And, the governor has to exercise their control over making sure that they use money that's available to them to help these agencies, and not just cry that the money's not there when the money is there. And the governor can do that with transfer authority and with their operations. So I know this is very detailed and budgets are kind of boring a little bit, but maybe you're following what I'm saying. Is
yes.
It's more about the actual operation of our government agencies than it is about just saying, hey, call a session to appropriate a bunch more money, when if you really dig into it, there's money there.
Sure. Yeah. No, I appreciate this, Senator. I know things are happening fast. Time's flying by. Pretty soon you're going to be swearing in the 38th Guam legislature. There's one other thing I saw. I think it was the PDN. You were talking about transitioning from BPT, gross receipts tax, to a sales tax. Can you further educate me on what you're trying what you're trying to present to the community, or even just having a conversation on that?
Sure, Pauly. Do you want to carry this into the next hour? If you got things to do, or you want to keep going, it's up to you. Because I can finish up on this budget discussion and then finish with that if you want to.
Yeah, go. Yeah, we can do that. You have time?
I do.
Okay.
I told you, I'll give you 2 blocks if you want it.
All
It's
right.
up to you.
I appreciate it. Yeah. You can finish up on the budget talks for sure.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you want to just join this in the next hour, or
Yeah.
and we'll just go with that?
Yeah, we'll do that. I appreciate it. Wow, you're following along, sir.
Absolutely,
Okay.
man. I want to be here for you because I want to finish a few more things
Yeah.
on the budget, and then we'll go to that, I think, because that's a topic of importance.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. All right, so we'll take the break. Feel free to either hold or you can call back. I know you're listening, so either one.
Got it.
Yeah.
We'll be right back after
All right.
you're ready to roll, brother.
Got it. All right. Senator Chris Duenas is going to be hanging out with us for another 20 minutes after these. We've got your CBS News and another look at the Real Deal traffic report right here on Wave 105. We are KGUM FM in Hagåtña, Guam.
KGUM FM, Hagåtña, Guam. The sound of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Michael Wallace. At a court hearing in Los Angeles, lawyers for Eric and Lyle Menendez argued their murder convictions for killing their parents 35 years ago should be vacated.
The hearing is part of several legal pushes to get the duo released, citing additional evidence that Jose Menendez abused his son and a former member of the band Menudo. The Menendez brothers fatally shot their parents in 1989. Following a mistrial, they were convicted in 1996 after a trial with limited evidence of sexual abuse. A hearing on resentencing for Eric and Lyle has now been set for the end of January.
CBS's Elise Preston says the brothers' lawyers may pursue a lesser charge of manslaughter, which could result in their early release from prison. New developments on the tariffs front. Here's CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
President-elect Donald Trump pledged that on the first day of his presidency, he plans to impose a 25% tariff on products coming into the U.S. from both Mexico and Canada. In a separate social media post, he said that there would be an additional 10% tariff on all products that come into the U.S. from China. He did not specify that the China tariff would come on the first day in office.
Canada, Mexico, and China are the U.S.'s top 3 trading partners. Wall Street will have to wait longer for a key gauge of holiday spending.
Macy's is delaying the release of its fiscal third-quarter earnings results after discovering an accounting-related issue involving more than $150 million. It dealt with small package delivery expenses between late 2021 and the beginning of this month. The company says the money was intentionally hidden by an employee. The retailer did say its third-quarter sales fell more than 2%.
CBS's Jim Krasula says Macy's had more than $4 billion in delivery expenses during that time. Authorities are reportedly warning this week's Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade in New York City could be a target for would-be terrorists. CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd.
We have the NYPD in coordination with partners all throughout the city and all throughout the country to make sure they're aware of potential threats, whether it be physical threats coming from the air, like drones, physical security threats on the ground, like vehicle ramming, or individuals who seek to cause harm to the parade itself and its spectators who are witnessing it.
Security has also been beefed up for holiday travelers. Cadillac will be racing in Formula One. The racing circuit has agreed to allow an American team partner with General Motors. The team will be called Cadillac F1 and will be run by the majority owners of a team that was started by legendary driver Michael Andretti. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or biglou.com.
The literary world is mourning the loss of British-born author Barbara Taylor Bradford.
I'm waiting for an explanation.
But this is a complex situation, and you're a busy woman, Emma.
Her first bestseller, A Woman of Substance, was made into a miniseries and introduced the classic Barbara Taylor Bradford heroine, a spirited, driven woman who rises from rags to untold riches. The critics sniffed. She sniffed back.
It's easy to dismiss my novels, and a lot of people do, who would like to be me.
Bradford reveled in the wealth her 40 novels brought, but she sold the New York penthouse and most of her jewels and art after her beloved husband died 5 years ago. Barbara Taylor Bradford was 91. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
In Shrewsbury, England, someone destroyed the tombstone at the fictional grave of Ebenezer Scrooge. The marker was a prop for the 1984 movie A Christmas Carol, starring George C. Scott as Scrooge. The tombstone had become a tourist attraction. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Hi, everyone. If you or someone you know were diagnosed with lung cancer or mesothelioma, listen up, because you could be entitled to significant compensation. We have legal professionals standing by right now to take your call, and they'll tell you if you qualify for a cash settlement. Call 800-570-0200. That's 800-570-0200. Call now and find out how much money you could potentially get.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center, may not be available in all states.
This is the famous footwear that everyone has on their holiday wish list. So don't wait to make it famous. Whether you're searching for their favorite character shoes or the hottest sneakers, slippers, and boots, Famous Footwear has the newest styles from Nike, Adidas, Crocs, Converse, New Balance, Birkenstock, Timberland, and more. Unwrap Famous today and make everyone's holidays merry with buy one, get one half off at your local Famous Footwear or famous.com. Some exclusions apply.
Feeling good, getting things done. Wave 105 FM.
Good afternoon. It is 4:09 p.m. and that is your time check brought to you by Wendy's. Wendy's has something new on their menu, the mushroom bacon cheeseburger. Try their deliciously indulgent sandwich made with juicy beef, crispy applewood smoked bacon, savory roasted mushrooms, Munster cheese, and a creamy garlic spread, all on soft toasted bun. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's.
Mark your calendars for November 29th. FHB Island Optical is hosting its Black Friday frame sale. Buy one pair and get your second pair 50% off. Purchase $200 or more and you'll be entered to win a round-trip ticket to Japan, a brand new Nintendo Switch, or an Apple Watch. Hurry to FHB Island Optical on November 29th. Conditions apply. FHB Island Optical is located in Sumuning at the Century Plaza on the second level. FHB Island Optical, Guam's premier eyewear boutique.
Chili's wants to help you celebrate this holiday season with a gift for everyone. Purchase a $50 gift card at Chili's and receive a $10 coupon for yourself. Give a gift, get a gift. At Chili's, great value and memories happen here.
Sherwin-Williams invites you to our annual Blue Bucket Sale from November 29th to December 6th. Purchase one of our handy blue buckets and fill the buckets from our wide variety of specially marked products and receive 25% off those items. Whether you are a contractor or do-it-yourselfer, Sherwin-Williams has you covered. For beautiful colors, exceptional paint, and supplies, plus expert advice, all you have to do is ask Sherwin-Williams. Come see us across from St. John's at 888 Marine Corps Drive in Upper Tumon.
We are so thankful you're listening to our stations.
Hafa Adai Guahan want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving from the Morning Blender.
Hafa Adai, it's Pauly Suba from the Brightside. This Thanksgiving, let's take a moment to count our blessings, share our gratitude, and enjoy the love of family and friends. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving from all of us here at the radio stations of Glimpses Media. That's Power 98, Wave 105 FM, and Route 99 FM.
The Bright Side is brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Good to go, your cravings delivered. Order online or download the app. 100 plus restaurants ready to serve. GTA, we start with you. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, we deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Vitali's Italian Restaurant. Craving Italian? Swing by Vitali's Italian Restaurant. Dive into our super pizza, enjoy creamy spaghetti carbonara, or savor the rich fettuccine Alfredo. Open daily for lunch and dinner. Taste the best of Italy today at Vitali's Italian Restaurant. Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the Bright Side. Slow traffic on Route 4 in Hagåtña if you're heading to the intersection near the Hagåtña Library. Slow traffic in Route 1 in Upper Tumon northbound if you're coming from the intersection that leads to Route 14, heading to the intersection that leads to Route 16 or near the Dedado Wendy's restaurant. Heavy traffic on Route 8 in Barragata if you're passing the Subway restaurant, heading to the intersection near the fire station. Slow traffic on Route 16 in Barragata Heights if you're passing the North Sabana Barragata Drive Street, heading to the intersection in front of the Guam Rev and Tax. Slow traffic on Route 3 in Dedado if you're passing the GRMC Hospital, heading to the intersection on Route 1. Now for your traffic advisory of the week from Tuesday, November 26th to Friday, November 29th between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Motorists are advised that the contractor will continue shoulder work along Route 14B and on the sidewalk into Maning. During this time, expect minimal lane shifts and intermittent lane closures. And that is your Real Deal traffic report here on the Brightside.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
I ran into this girl the night before. She reminded me.
Welcome back to the Bright Side right here on Wave 105. My name is Pauly Suba, and with us on the phone is Senator Chris Duenas. I really appreciate him spending some time with us to better understand some of the issues. We had already talked about the Maulig initiative or Maulig bill that will be on the session floor for December, and now understanding that Senator Chris Duenas in the 38th Guam legislature will be the chairperson on finance and budget for the government of Guam. And so we were talking about that when we last took our break, and so we wanted to continue that conversation. Senator Duenas, you had mentioned in the PDN that you wanted to continue on with the track of being conservative. I think you mentioned that the last 4 or 5 legislatures has been conservative, and that is why we have seen excess amounts of money.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, Pauly, I wanted to do something real quick here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Before I go into all of that, just to kind of let our listeners know that I think you have a lot to be proud of so far of your Republican caucus. Within 3 weeks, we elected our leadership. We have the committee assignments, and we're ready to go on day one. We're now putting all of our teams together. And the reason why I wanted to say that is that our caucuses have been going really well. And today we had a meeting with our congressman-elect to make sure that, Guam is secure in terms of a one Guam approach to making sure that we preserve the funding and our programs and things that we're looking at on the federal level, considering the change of administration. So your Republican team is hard at work right now to make sure that when we assume the legislature, we're ready to go. So yes, Pauly, this current, I gotta give credit where credit's due. At least for the last 5 fiscal years, it's been this Office of Finance and Budget that has generated these, surpluses, and that's by taking a conservative approach, and I'm going to continue that. I believe that that's the way to go, but I think some of the issues that have been kind of bogging us down is, of course, when you create these excess revenues, it's a natural tendency to want to jump out there and appropriate those funds, for either pet projects or things that, you feel have been underfunded over the years and deserve the attention, or things like, of course, our hospital, which has been beleaguered and in need of constant bailouts with regard to, funding issues and operational issues. So while I do like and will appreciate and continue down the avenue of making sure we're conservative, I think now, based on our forecasting and what I said starting a little bit earlier, we could probably fund those operations at a higher level at the front, to where we're not trying to play catch up, using the historical data and kind of getting to a point to where we are, to where we know, let's make sure we get the top 3, top 4, public safety, education, healthcare, those things funded at the levels they need to be, so that it's not as much of a battle going forward. I think that that's probably something that we can do, and not get into the point to where, individual bills are constantly being introduced for supplemental appropriation. One thing I talk to Office of Finance and Budget about is, these one-line appropriations that, when some folks are, sometimes, of course, it's a tendency, and it's a natural tendency as a senator to want to jump in and fund something, but these one-line appropriations, I'm not going to allow that. If you're going to make an appropriation that's a supplemental appropriation outside of the budget, you're going to have to do it in a budget format to where you're going to find the revenue within the budget, or you're going to raise the budget level so that it tracks properly and it's done properly, as a budget item and not just a single one-off line item. That tends to get us in trouble and take us down the road of deficit spending, and I'm not going to accept that under my watch.
What is that?
And so you're going to be definitely a lot more disciplined when it comes to individual bills being introduced, and that it's going to have to be done in a format to where it's an actual supplemental appropriation, which it takes into account the entire budget.
Understood. For example, does that mean when somebody introduces a bill and they say something along the lines of using excess monies?
Right, because going back to where I started, Pauly, most of the appropriations that we've been doing, I call it on the fly. These are unaudited revenues. And this is where the public and auditor, BJ Cruz, Speaker Cruz, and I are completely on the same page. Right now, Pauly, as we stand going into this next budget cycle, we are going to be using the 2023 audited revenues because we're actually 6 months behind in terms of that audit coming out. Hopefully, it comes out in the middle of December, which would mean we're using a fiscal year, one full fiscal year prior to adopting the budget. And that's, to me, unacceptable. I'm pushing to make sure that this year, when we take the reins, we're going to be on time. It's going to be a heavy lift, but we're going to be on time with the June budget, government-wide budget audit to ensure that we have that for the August session. We didn't have that this last fiscal year, and let me tell you why. Going back to 2022, the audited revenue or the surplus revenues at the end of the fiscal year were estimated close to $70 million. By the time they were audited, Pauly, it was half of that, right around 35, 34. And that's because a lot of the government agencies start spending their money towards the end of the fiscal year.
Yeah.
So whenever you're going into these times where you're saying, "Oh, look at the consolidated report. Oh man, we did so great again. Here's another month where we're surplusing $30 million." Those are numbers, those are numbers that are unaudited. So if you go and appropriate that money, you're really taking a chance because when it gets audited, chances are it's going to be significantly less than that, and that's why I'm going to put the brakes on that. We're going to be very, very judicious about going in and being exuberant about these excess revenues, because if they're unaudited, it's not real money. And so that's where we're really gonna exercise the discipline. This 2023 audit that's going to come out in December will hopefully match up against the 2022, where we'll see, what the real numbers are, and we should know how to budget accordingly and not get ourselves back where we were before when we used to deficit spend. And so that's going to be, one major discipline that I'm going to insist on in order to make sure that we don't get into trouble, and that we're appropriating money that's actually there and not just, on a month-to-month basis.
Yeah, understood. It was pretty concerning watching GMH go back and forth about how much money they needed, especially as we got closer and closer to the substitute supplemental budget bill. Is it 20 that you need? Is it 36 that you need? How much exactly does GMHA need in order for them to continue services? And then also, what services are they going to have to end? I mean, it was kind of one of those things where, you're putting not necessarily the legislature hostage, but almost the people, as to say, well, yeah, we better call our senators because these services are going to end if the legislature doesn't give them what they're asking for.
And that's exactly right. That's exactly right, Pauly. I mean, and that's one of the reasons why I know there was some disappointment with some programs that were left on the table when we went to the supplemental appropriation. But I think my colleagues gave me the confidence in this position, and I'll tell you why. Many of our listeners that are following this and have followed the budget process, I was the one who stopped all those appropriations, and I got a lot of flack for it. I stopped all of those appropriations, and when we finished all the way through the budget, we get into this crazy chapter called Miscellaneous Appropriations, Miscellaneous Section. And everybody puts their wish list in there, and that thing went from a possible $27 million of excess revenue from fiscal year 2024. And by the time we were only 3 days into that chapter, and it was $120 million of phantom appropriations, Pauly. And I walked around to several of my colleagues and I said, I'm going to make a motion to stop this madness, because I'm telling you, if we adopt this budget with $120 million in miscellaneous appropriations against $27 million of possible funding, if I was the governor, I would veto this thing outright, because you're not going to make me go in there with my pen and line item out all those items that I know that I can't fund and make me be the bad guy, or sign the budget or let the budget lapse into law and then tell everybody that comes to the front office saying, where's my money, go back to the legislature because they appropriated money that's not there. I took a lot of flack for it, Pauly, like, you left my program on the table. You left my... No, I didn't. I saved you from believing that you had money you didn't have. And so that's why that practice is out the door. We're not going to do that, because that's what creates all that madness and dissension down there at the legislature. You should be appropriating real money that really exists, and that's what I'm going to do as your budget chair. And the great thing is I've talked to the incoming senators who will be holding these committees. I said, this is not my budget. This is our budget. You've got big agencies. You've got things to fund. I'm going to be an absolute team player. We're going to build this thing together, and we're going to take the governor's budget when she submits it in January. We're going to have the hearings. We're going to dissect it. When we adopt our budget, it's going to be reflective of what you believe that your priority agencies need for their funding, and then we're going to debate it on the floor. But what we're not going to do is allow for phantom appropriations and basically madness when it comes to scrambling when there's excess revenue, to the point to where we make our agencies and our nonprofits and all others fight against each other for revenue that's been over appropriated. That's not going to happen under our watch.
Whose responsibility is it to remind the agencies to get their budgets in, so that way OFB can look over it, assist them, and then properly put together a budget?
So that really is, once the governor submits the budget, there's timelines that come out after that.
Yeah.
There are deadlines for all agencies. There's a few that have a little bit later deadlines, and those are some of the more autonomous, like the judiciary. I think they're due sometime in May. Education, actually, I think is probably, somewhere in April. So everybody has their schedule. It really is our job to push them to be on time. But, to me, Pauly, that's one of the reasons why I want to have more hearings earlier, because there's nothing that prevents you from having the hearing on what they're currently doing and having the audits presented before they actually come before us with their budget intact in terms of what the governor requested, what we're recommending, and what they've requested, and then hash that out, right? So but in the in the reality, it is the individual agencies that are responsible to meet their deadlines, but it's also OFB to call them out on it. If they're not on time, we got to make sure that the public knows, and we can have preliminary hearings, particularly with the audits, to say, okay, well, this is what it's looked like over the last 3 years in terms of your average budget, and then call them on the time when they've got to be on time and be there and be ready for their hearing.
Understood. You got a few minutes just to share your insight on how we can pursue sales tax? I know.
Yes, I do, Pauly.
Yeah.
So this is not a new issue, okay? In fact, the the Chamber of Commerce, through the Guam Young Professionals this year, as they always do, did a really good forum, and you could see the answers from senators that were provided that attended their forums, both on the Republican and Democrat side, in terms of how they answered their questionnaire. One of the key questions they asked is, would you, individually as candidates, submit a written and also the oral that went on, kind of the debate, well, not debate format, but kind of the forum that they held where they asked the questions where you answered individually. One of the key questions they asked was, do you support the conversion from BPT to a sales tax? I believe it was either unanimous or maybe one or two in our forum that said no. I'm sure there was a hard no, but it was almost unanimous really within the Republican caucus that we do. This issue's been kind of volleyed around in different legislatures, and let's just put it at the forefront. Both the business privilege tax and sales tax are considered regressive taxes. I mean, they're taxes on top of what you buy, what you purchase for goods and the like. The fact is, one is visible and one is invisible. And one of the hardest things, I think, even like yourself, Pauly, when you go to the store and you go, man, they rolled back the BPT from 5% to 4%, but my prices didn't go down. In fact, in some instances they went up, right? It's very hard for people when you have an invisible tax to understand either on a good or a service. When you don't see that tax, there's the hard realization that, and the truth is that businesses don't pay taxes. Consumers pay taxes. The way business privilege and sales tax is supposed to work is, Paulie went to the store, he bought $100 worth of goods, and after that $100 purchase, it came out to $105 because $5 has to go to the government in terms of their share of that $100. Now, on a business privilege tax, basically, if the store doesn't show it, I'm sure they factored it into their cost. Because no business is going to pay taxes without collecting taxes. Are you following?
Yep.
So the truth is that anybody that talks about how, oh, wow, we're going to go from the business paying the tax to the people paying the tax, that is an absolute untruth for any business that's in business to actually survive. I was talking to a business friend of mine the other day, and we were going over this, and he said, Chris, a business has an open sign and a closed sign normally when they're open and closed, but a business that actually pays taxes and doesn't collect it from their sales, they have a sign that says out of business. Because you can't subsidize tax revenue with your operation of your business. You are going to add it as a cost of doing business. So one of the reasons for discussing this conversion also is there is a thinking within the community, whether business or service, that with a hidden tax, it's really an honor system, right? And the bottom line is that with a sales tax and the way sales tax are normally operated, every business, no matter what you operate, you're going to have a point of sale system that can be audited. And there is a general thought that when there's a visible sales tax, it is more effective in terms of actually calculating what our tax revenue due to the government based on sales of service or commodities or retail. The other thing is that when you talk about exempting food and medicine and other commodities, it's a lot easier to do when you have a sales tax that you can implement that has exemptions. Let me give you a perfect example. The governor just vetoed the vape tax bill.
Yep.
Because Revenue tax, the reasoning in the message was Revenue tax doesn't really have an operational field within the way they tax that says you could tax a vape at a gas station. You can tax a vape at a vape shop. You can tax a vape somewhere here at this amount because it's just not a controllable tax. The reason why tobacco tax is supposed to be easy is it's taxed up front. The tax is actually supposed to be paid when the commodity is recognized and leaves a warehouse that controls that product. Same thing with alcohol. It's not hard to manage sin taxes because you know how much came in and how much got sold. But when you don't have the commodity like vape controlled, meaning you have vendors that buy it online, whatever operation they use to vend that product, it's almost impossible to tax. So that's why this discussion's been put on the table. And, this is not an easy conversion, Pauly. This is something that's going to take time. I'm going to set up the hearings. I'm going to bring in, University of Guam, Dr. Rosanna Jones, bring in the economists, bring in everybody and sit down and vet this policy. But the design for it is to create once and for all a visible tax, not an invisible tax, so that when we go, if we do this at the legislature and there's enough votes to go from 5% to 4%, it converts to a sales tax so that people understand exactly what they're paying.
Understood.
I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think also a concern, and maybe there's a misunderstanding, is it's easier for the governor to control BPT than a sales tax. Like saying, I'm going to raise it from 4 to 5. But the legislature still has to be involved, right? I mean, that's how it happened before, and the legislature also votes to lower it, but it just keeps getting vetoed, right? And you haven't had the amount of votes to override the veto, correct?
Yeah, I mean, actually, I think this policy really, since it became 5%, never really hit the floor. There was never a discussion on it because there was never enough votes to get it out of committee or even be heard. And so the bottom line is, when you don't have the conversation, you can't make a decision. I mean, and so that's why we're going to put everything on the table. And this is not just driven by, the Republican majority coming in. It's driven by, the Chamber of Commerce, by community, by others who are saying that, we need to reform our tax policy because, once again, like I said, if we were to have enough votes tomorrow to go in and take the BPT down from 5 to 4%. First of all, we're currently in a fiscal year that we're already in where we adopted a budget. That is estimated to be a $75 million impact on revenue coming into under BPT. So, if we got 3 quarters left of the fiscal year, we better be ready to go in there and possibly cut $60 million of adopted revenue in this budget. That's not going to work. Right?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying we're putting all the policies on the table to say, let's talk about this. So if we do implement this, do we stick with the system we have of BPT, or do we finally go to a sales tax? And one final thing I'll say, and I know some people might get a little irritated about this, but it is what it is. The truth is, too, is that most online sales they don't recognize BPT. So if we're buying, millions and millions of dollars of online sales, almost every time you push that button, there's no tax on it coming out to Guam because they don't recognize the BPT. They recognize the sales tax, but they don't recognize the BPT. So when we talk about levelizing the playing field, a lot of people buy online because of things that they can't get here, but a lot of things are bought online that could be bought here. So vendors a lot of times are like, look, we understand the competition. We understand that people are going to exercise convenience and the like. But, man, we pay our taxes.
No,
so
you're right on that.
That's another area where it will be put on the table. This is something to where it's recognized that it's a revenue, it's a tax that's applied. If you live in the States, you're going to pay that state tax when you buy something online. This is the conversation we're going to have, Pauly. Favorable, unfavorable, otherwise, but I think it's due time to have it.
I appreciate it. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. I like your analogy of open and close because what the business, because what I don't want is I don't want businesses to close, right? And so having the conversations with business owners as well, it's a fair conversation. We're contributing to the economy on all levels.
Absolutely. And Pauly, I mean, let's agree on this at least as we close. I think you and I are both reasonable people. Businesses don't pay taxes. Consumers pay taxes. If a business is not paying a tax, then they're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
So a business that's doing business properly will collect the tax revenue on the BPT and remit that to the government.
Understood.
If you can't see it on a receipt or you can't see it on an invoice, you really don't know what happened to it.
Right. Thank you, Senator. Thank you so much for this valuable time and valuable information.
I hope we did a good service today. I think we vetted this issue and this is not something that the legislature will impose its will on. This is something that your Republican majority and me as your OFP chair, when policies like this are introduced, will be vetted properly in open forums where everybody can be heard, where professionals and economists and everyone else can come in and have their say, and then we'll effectuate effective policy that makes sense for our people of Guam going forward. And at the end, to make sure that we use these resources wisely to benefit our key operations of our government and try to enhance the quality of life for our people through this process. I'd like to end with really saying happy Thanksgiving to you and your family and all of the people of Guam. I know that we've talked about this before, Pauly, but this is my favorite holiday is Thanksgiving. And that's simply because it's about love, faith, family, and being together and recognizing one another and thanking God for everything that we have. And so happy Thanksgiving to you and your family and to the people of Guam.
You as well, Senator. Thank you so much. One of my favorite people is your niece, Ava. Yeah. She's actually been into the studio a couple of times. It's very cool.
Sweetheart, that one.
Yeah.
She's got a future.
All right, Senator. Appreciate it.
Take care.
Adios. All right, 4:40 in the afternoon. Appreciate the senator giving us some information on a number of topics. The Congressman, Jim Moylan, said he's also going to be calling in as well. So we'll take the break now. Whether we get him on the other side of these, on the other side of this set of news and Real Deal traffic reports, or on the other side of the 5 o'clock CBS News, right here on Wave 105.
Treat yourself this holiday season with a festive holiday pie, creamy custard in a buttery golden crust. Grab yours today only at McDonald's. Now for your headline news being brought to you by McDonald's of Guam. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai, my name is Skylar Obispo. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. A man has been arrested in connection with the auto pedestrian accident reported by the Guam Fire Department on Sunday. 27-year-old Nikita Hakeem Owens was arrested by the Guam Police Department on November 24th when they responded to the reported accident on Route 1 in Derido. The officers came across an unidentified man lying on the road in Owens early Sunday morning. The officers observed a strong odor of an intoxicating beverage emitting from Owens and noticed signs of intoxication. Officers asked Owens to take a standard field sobriety test, which he agreed, but officers were not able to administer the walk and turn and the one-leg stand due to a claimed injury Owens sustained while being stationed in Florida 2 years ago. Owens was taken to the Tumon precinct where a breath test revealed a blood alcohol content of .216. Owens is charged with vehicular negligence with injuries, 2 counts of driving while impaired, and reckless driving with injuries. In more news, Leo S. Diaz was sworn in as the new marshal of the courts yesterday. Chief Justice Robert J. Torres led the swearing-in ceremony attended by his family, distinguished guests, and judiciary members. According to a release by the Judiciary of Guam, Diaz was unanimously appointed the position by the Judicial Council on November 21st and brings over 30 years of experience at the judiciary to the Marshal Services Division. He graduated the University of Guam with a Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice and is a certified pressure tactics instructor, taser instructor, an active shooter instructor, and led law enforcement training locally and regionally, as well as served in the Guam Air National Guard and as a reservist in the Guam Police Department. Torres said in the release that under Leo's leadership, the Marshal Services Division will continue to provide security and deliver justice for all who depend on the judiciary. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, The Wave 105, and Power 98, I'm Scalar Obispo.
Lawyers for conspiracy theorist Alex Jones were back in a Houston bankruptcy court trying to stop the sale of his InfoWars to the satirical news outlet The Onion.
Bankruptcy Judge Christopher Lopez saying he won't approve or reject the sale of InfoWars to The Onion until an evidentiary hearing in December. He wants to find out why the trustee approved The Onion's bid over that of a company affiliated with Alex Jones. A lawyer for the Sandy Hook victims' families argued Jones is delaying the sale, buying time to direct his followers to his new platform. Jones owes the Sandy Hook victims' families roughly $1.5 billion in defamation judgments due to his decade of lies about the school massacre being a hoax. Chris Fox, for CBS News, Austin.
A federal judge is allowing an alleged transgender member of the San Jose State's women's volleyball team to play in a conference tournament. 9 players had sued the Mountain West Conference, arguing the athlete, who has not commented on her gender identity, poses a safety risk. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Something magical happens when you unbox the best of British TV with BritBox. Stream acclaimed series starring Olivia Colman, Idris Elba, Sophie Turner, Matthew McFadden, and more of Britain's brightest talent. See what's inside, discover something remarkable, and uncover what perhaps you were looking for all along. Unbox BritBox and stream the best of British TV. Start your free trial at BritBox.com.
Square, a leading platform for businesses, announced the winners of its global awards program, Square 50. This year's honorees include Michelin Guide restaurant Head 11 in San Francisco, Pure Green franchise, a national smoothie chain, Italian eatery Gnocchi on 9th in New York City, and Rejuve Aesthetics and Wellness in Miami. From innovation to community impact, these businesses are making a difference. For the full list of Square 50 winners, visit square.com.
When you first tasted our spicy chicken McNuggets, lightly breaded in tempura and made with aged cayenne, maybe that cayenne blend made you cry a little. Well, now you can happy cry on your way to McDonald's, because they're back. Spicy chicken McNuggets, they're back. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing is celebrating Thanksgiving with $75 off auto detailing, $50 off auto ceramic tint. Enjoy our VIP premium wash and wax starting at $99. So make your car the talk of the town. Call 647-SLAM.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good To Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Sherwin-Williams invites you to our annual Blue Bucket Sale from November 29th to December 6th. Purchase one of our handy blue buckets and fill the buckets from our wide variety of specially marked products and receive 25% off those items. Whether you are a contractor or do-it-yourselfer, Sherwin-Williams has you covered. For beautiful colors, exceptional paint, and supplies, plus expert advice, all you have to do is ask Sherwin-Williams. Come see us across from St. John's at 888 Marine Corps Drive in Upper Tumon.
KFC's hot wings are back and better than ever. Hand-breaded to crispy golden perfection, KFC's hot wings pack a punch of bold, fiery flavor in every bite. Freshly made throughout the day, fiery and finger-licking good. It's everything you love about KFC turned all the way up. So head to your nearest KFC and grab KFC hot wings before they fly away. KFC hot wings. It's finger-licking good.
Looking for an exciting career? We have fantastic opportunities for you.
Join our team and work at leading brands like Coca-Cola, Subway, Chili's Grill and Bar, Cinnabon, Glimpses of Guam, and Good to Go. Whether you're interested in customer service, management, or marketing, we have roles that fit your passion. Visit www.glimpsesofguam.com to explore career openings and start your journey with us today.
Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside. Heavy traffic on Route 4 in Chalampago if you're heading to the intersection that leads to Route 10. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Muning, north and southbound if you're heading to the intersection that leads to Route 30 or near the Jack in the Box restaurant. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Muning, north and southbound if you're heading to the intersection near the ITC building. Slow traffic on Route 10A into Muning if you're coming from the intersection on Route 1, heading to the intersection in front of the Guam Airport. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Muning, north and southbound if you're heading to the intersection near the John F. Kennedy High School. Slow traffic on Route 3 in Dededo if you're passing the GRMC Hospital, heading to the intersection on Route 1. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. From Tuesday, November 26th to Friday, November 29th, between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m., motorists are advised that the contractor will continue shoulder work along Route 14, Challenge San Antonio into Muning. During this time, expect minimal lane shifts and intermittent lane closures. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside.
Welcome back to the Bright Side right here on Wave 105. My name is Pauly Suba, and so the Congressman Jim Moylan, he should be calling in, and we'll take his call before we get to the 5 o'clock hour. If he, I believe so.
Let me check if this is him.
Okay, I'm pretty sure it is because I was just messaging him and saying that we were back from break, so this would be an opportune time to get them in here based on a release or based on some information that we have gotten right from TSA through Congressman Jim Moylan, stating that things have seemed to be less stressful over at the Honolulu airport. Yeah, Hafa Adai, Congressman Jim Moylan.
Hafa Adai, Pauly. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. Are you on island?
Yeah, I am.
Okay,
yes,
okay.
I'll be leaving shortly after Thanksgiving, but
okay.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. So I saw the release, and this is some good news. A family member just recently left Guam and said things have gotten simpler. They get off the plane, and then they receive their bags right after they get out of customs. And then they turn it right back in on the same floor. They don't have to walk outside and go to the elevator, go up, or find an elevator that doesn't have a line, go up and drop it off at the United kiosk area, right? And then for me, my experience was. I was a little worried about just walking away because when I went and dropped it off at the kiosk on the second floor, it didn't seem like it was fully secured. You know what I'm saying? The United employee had mentioned, "Oh yeah, it'll be fine," but is it really gonna be fine? You still have this, anxiety, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't want to leave that bag. That's right.
And then, and I'm not even somebody that has a disability. I'm not manumku, but I can only imagine, I've seen people just very critical of the whole situation, and it kind of ruins the experience when you're traveling too. People are already cranky, you know what I'm saying? Thank goodness they still provide the service. United still provides the service of the wheelchair access, and that, you know, has smoothed things out, but there's still that worry of leaving your luggage behind. And so your release states that things have gone a lot simpler thanks to some of the letters that you sent, right?
Right, several letters, and of course the meeting with the administrator of TSA, David Pokowski. He was very helpful in getting that going, and just things take time with the federal government, and they finally did an alternative operation plan, right? They even have a special name for that. They worked well with United. Sam Shinohara did great in his team here with United, and as well as the Customs Border Patrol, the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, and Senator Jesse Lujan, the Guam legislature, pushed for this too. So we didn't let up, and glad to see finally that adjustment was made, and they don't have to do what I call, when I was in the Army, the duffel bag drag all the way up to wherever you're supposed to go, right?
Yeah.
Very hard struggles for people who actually changed their minds because of traveling, and am I able to make that trip with my health condition, with the situation I have going on, right? My children, this is just too much, right? But now, finally, it's just a short walk, and I'm glad to hear. Thank you for sharing those experiences. And I plan on my way back to D.C. Soon. I plan to take that route and actually check in the bag to find that experience myself. So, looking forward to that.
You dropped this release yesterday, and in fact, he did fly out yesterday. And a family member of mine who said, you pick up your bag, walk through customs, and then there's a person telling you where to go, all the same floor and within a short range. However, you still do have to take the long walk to go back through TSA, but at least not with your bag.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right, without worrying about your bags and taking an elevator and all. But you'll still have to hopefully enjoy your stretching your legs before you get on that next long flight to the mainland, the final destination. So, yes, very pleased with that. We did receive great folks are very happy to hear that, and hopefully we get more folks willing to travel, more folks willing to come to from the mainland to come visit friends and family over the holidays. That's important to us, and looking forward to that. Just wanted to share that with everybody, and please enjoy the travels. And there is some, of course, the requirements that there should be some posted signs, and I'll be looking for that as well, where you can bring your bag right to the just exchange it right there on that same floor, but you can't open your bags, right? You can't break that. You wanted to take something out, put something in. If it's a must, you have to then take the bags for inspection. But there'll be Customs and Border Patrol will be watching. The TSA will be watching. As long as it's a sterile area and no opening of the bags, then that's what they want to see. So there's signs posted to remind folks not to do that. And, of course, if it's absolutely necessary, then you would just have to go through the same process as before for that inspection of the luggage.
Yeah, we've been, bringing this to the attention of not just you, but previous delegates, right? And so this has been a task that you've taken over, and I've read some of your letters too. And basically getting the messages from, residents of Guam feeling like we were like second-class citizens having to deal with this, and so why? And I know that it's an even deeper conversation as to why this all has to go down, but at least we've addressed some of the concern and not having to, like what you said, a duffel bag drag.
Drag. Yeah. That's right. We just can't let up. Things take time with the federal government, but we keep that communications open, and we keep on trying to get that support, and eventually things finally work out. That's how that works out with the bureaucracy that's going on, and now we got a new administration coming on in and taking charge from the House to the Senate to the President. And I think we're trying to remove a lot of this red tape as much as possible to streamline some things, save some money, and reduce our deficit too.
Oh, heck yeah, because if it doesn't happen, then we only have the Republicans to blame because you're all in control now.
That's right.
You can't blame nobody else anymore, Congressman. You're all in control.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Show me the money now. Show me the money. I'll talk. Show me the money. Yeah. And today I also had a good meeting with our Republican leadership and Senate.
Nice.
New members here and saying how we work together and getting to know their agency assignments and how I can work closely with them and their agencies to get their needs and what we need to help the island of Guam. And I'll have my meeting with the governor tomorrow. I was with her today also, and the lieutenant governor at the promotions with for Guam Police Department to police officers too, just at Hilton Hotel. I believe there was 30. I had the brochure here. I think there's 38 of them.
Yeah. So you were just there.
That promotions. Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, it's wonderful, and their families were there, and there's a lot of proud folks. And I'm glad the chief was able to make that happen, and the governor supported that to strengthen our public safety.
Nice.
Most especially. So happy with that experience. So we're moving forward, and we got a lot of things done. And just like you said, if we got this team going, boy, we better make it happen.
Yeah.
And that's what I need to do.
Speaking of of your offices, right? For anybody that does have other concerns, such as this, with the Honolulu airport, they contact your district office in Hagåtña, right? Is it going to be open on Friday? Are you keeping the doors open on Friday? Okay, it'll be closed on Friday.
No, that will be closed.
Okay, got
but
it.
Please leave message. And, we should recontact or send the email as well. So I'm very proud of my district office. With the bottom line is district is the most important because without the people of Guam that we're taking care of, then there's nothing going to happen in D.C. So it comes down to servicing the island, and the district office has been from veterans to passports, especially to helping folks get medical treatment to visas, as well to DD-214s, to VA claims. It continues, and even if it's not within our realm, but we have our local folks here. My staff knows a lot of people, a great experience, and are able to make a few calls to the right people in the right place and help put in a good word for that constituent to get things done.
Nice. Thanks, Congressman. I appreciate this. Maybe
welcome.
we can touch bases one more time after you come back, because you said you're leaving. When you come back, maybe we can spend a little bit of time just getting an update of how things are ramping up for the inauguration and whatnot, right? So I appreciate that. I want to give you the opportunity because I know you're probably got a busy schedule tomorrow. I want to give you the opportunity now to wish our audience a happy Thanksgiving, if that's okay.
Absolutely. This is a season that we are very thankful for the wonderful people on Guam. You know, all the different people I speak to in the mainland, and they say how welcome the people of Guam are. We're very thankful for our visitors. We're very thankful for those that there's many that has said, and I just met a pilot the other day too, is I just came here for a 6 months try, and that was 20 years ago. There's many folks like that because we have shown the world that we're loving and caring people, and we welcome everybody, and we're very thankful because of the gifts that we have, from the beautiful weather to a beautiful island to, most importantly, our family and extended family. You know, when we go to fiestas, you just the hardest part you have to say is, please don't give me no more food, please. But if you don't want it, you better take it home because it has to be politely done. So you take that home and you enjoy. So for this Thanksgiving season, we're grateful for our health, and I'm grateful for the people of Guam for trusting in me, and I'm grateful for God for putting me in this position with the strength of the people of Guam to do the right thing and working with this new administration, our governor, and making good things happen for the people of Guam and our nation. So thank you very much. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Happy Thanksgiving, Congressman, to you and your beautiful family and your team here in Guam and in D.C.
Thank you, Paul. You have a great day and have a good evening.
Will do. All right. You take care, Congressman. Adios.
Bye-bye.
All right. 5:03 in the afternoon. Time to take that break once again. Give you your CBS News and then another look at your Real Deal Traffic Report right here on Wave 105.
KGUM-FM, Agutnya, Guam. The sound of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Wallace. President-elect Donald Trump says on his first day in office, he will impose 25% tariffs on two of the U.S.'s biggest trading partners, Canada and Mexico. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
Generally speaking, tariffs tend to lead to higher prices for goods paid by an importing company. If that firm chooses to pass on the cost of the tariff, consumers will pay more for a variety of goods.
Trump is also threatening to slap 10% tariffs on imports from China, but he hasn't specified when. If you're hitting the road for Thanksgiving, keep an eye on the weather.
7 a.m. on Thanksgiving morning. That storm now is into parts of the Ohio River Valley. A little bit of snow across the northern tier. Heavy rain then pushes into the northeast. That'll create some problems not just for the parade, but for travel across the board until things clear out on Friday. Not great timing. Thursday looks to be a potent day in the northeast.
CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano. AAA expects a record number of Americans will travel this Thanksgiving week. The judge will decide if Eric and Lyle Menendez should be resentenced for killing their parents in Beverly Hills in 1989, is delaying his decision until January. The brothers claim their father sexually abused them.
The sisters of Jose and Kitty Menendez said that Eric and Lyle served enough time, arguing that the family is heartbroken over the abuse. The judge says he has 17 boxes of evidence he needs to review before making a ruling on a possible resentence. The judge also wants to give a recently elected DA time to review the case as well. The next court hearing is scheduled for January. Elise Preston, CBS News, Los Angeles.
The FBI now believes the recent break-ins at the homes of several NFL and NBA stars may have been the work of an international crime operation. More from CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd.
These transnational organized criminals take their time picking targets. They develop very detailed operational plans, and they launch sophisticated operations. So it is incredibly prudent that the sports leagues, working in close cooperation with federal and state and local law enforcement, are warning players to be more careful when it comes to both their public personas as well as the actual security measures at their homes.
The thieves have broken into the homes of Kansas City Chiefs stars Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and Milwaukee Bucks forward Bobby Portis. Will you survive the movie version of the Oregon Trail? More from CBS News Minnesota reporter David Schumann.
The game's become known for the many ways players can die. Dysentery was always a crowd pleaser. Now, more than 50 years after the first Oregon Trail program, Apple is reportedly developing the game into an action comedy movie.
Good luck if you go. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Protect your family, your phone, and your furry friends with life, electronic device, and pet health insurance.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-230-2777. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-230-2777. That's 800-230-2777 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
Lawyers for conspiracy theorist Alex Jones were back in a Houston bankruptcy court trying to stop the sale of his InfoWars to the satirical news outlet The Onion.
Bankruptcy Judge Christopher Lopez saying he won't approve or reject the sale of InfoWars to The Onion until an evidentiary hearing in December. He wants to find out why the trustee approved The Onion's bid over that of a company affiliated with Alex Jones. A lawyer for the Sandy Hook victims' families argued Jones is delaying the sale, buying time to direct his followers to his new platform. Jones owes the Sandy Hook victims' families roughly $1.5 billion in defamation judgments due to his decade of lies about the school massacre being a hoax. Chris Fox, for CBS News, Austin.
A federal judge is allowing an alleged transgender member of the San Jose State's women's volleyball team to play in a conference tournament. 9 players had sued the Mountain West Conference, arguing the athlete, who has not commented on her gender identity, poses a safety risk. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Something magical happens when you unbox the best of British TV with BritBox. Stream acclaimed series starring Olivia Colman, Idris Elba, Sophie Turner, Matthew McFadden, and more of Britain's brightest talent. See what's inside, discover something remarkable, and uncover what perhaps you were looking for all along. Unbox BritBox and stream the best of British TV. Start your free trial at BritBox.com.
Square, a leading platform for businesses, announced the winners of its global awards program, Square 50. This year's honorees include Michelin Guide restaurant Head 11 in San Francisco, Pure Green franchise, a national smoothie chain, Italian eatery Gnocchi on 9th in New York City, and Rejuve Aesthetics and Wellness in Miami. From innovation to community impact, these businesses are making a difference. For the full list of Square 50 winners, visit square.com.
Begin. We are Guam. Wave 105 FM.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl, equivalent to a few grains of salt, to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the radio stations of Glimpses Media Group, Wave 105 FM and Power 98.
Good afternoon. It is 5:11 p.m. and that is your time check, brought to you by Wendy's. Wendy's has something new on their menu, the mushroom bacon cheeseburger. Try their deliciously indulgent sandwich made with juicy beef, crispy applewood smoked bacon, savory roasted mushrooms, Munster cheese, and a creamy garlic spread, all on soft toasted bun. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's.
Hi, I'm Silas, and I'm 10 years old. Man, things are crazy these days. Why can't it be like 10 years ago? The milk was good, everyone carried me everywhere, and the music was awesome. Maybe milk's $12 a gallon now, and nobody can lift me. But we can bring the music back.
Oh, you wanted it, and now you got it. All the hits from the 2000s back on the radio. Every afternoon starting at noon with Maximum Millennium. Maximum Millennium, only here on the Sound of Guam, Wave 105.1 FM.
Sherwin-Williams invites you to our annual Blue Bucket Sale from November 29th to December 6th. Purchase one of our handy blue buckets and fill the buckets from our wide variety of specially marked products and receive 25% off those items. Whether you are a contractor or a do-it-yourselfer, Sherwin-Williams has you covered. For beautiful colors, exceptional paint, and supplies, plus expert advice, all you have to do is ask Sherwin-Williams. Come see us across from St. John's at 888 Marine Corps Drive in Upper Tumon.
We are so thankful you're listening to our stations.
Hafa Adai and Alili. It's your girl Nene from your Tidal Wave Show. Happy Thanksgiving. Gobble, gobble, gobble.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's me, Ed Suarez from Ed Suarez Live, and I just wanted to pop in and greet everybody a happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy the feast.
Happy Thanksgiving from all of us here at the radio stations of Glimpses Media. That's Power 98, Wave 105 FM, and Route 99 FM.
The Bright Side is brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. GTA, we start with you. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, we deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Vitali's Italian Restaurant. Craving Italian? Swing by Vitali's Italian Restaurant. Dive into our super pizza, enjoy creamy spaghetti carbonara, or savor the rich fettuccine alfredo. Open daily for lunch and dinner. Taste the best of Italy today at Vitali's Italian Restaurant. Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the Bright Side. Heavy traffic on Route 4 in Chalampago if you're passing the Our Lady of Peace Church, heading to the intersection that leads to Route 10. Heavy traffic on Route 8 in Barragata if you're passing the flower shop, heading to the intersection near the fire station. Slow traffic on Route 4 in Chalampago if you're heading to the intersection that leads to Mai Road. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Muning southbound if you're heading to the intersection that leads to Route 30. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Muning north and southbound if you're heading to the intersection near the ITC building. Slow traffic on Route 10A into Muning if you're coming from the intersection on Route 1, heading to the intersection in front of the Guam airport. And now for your traffic advisory for the week from Tuesday, November 26th to Friday, November 29th between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Motorists are advised that the contractor will continue shoulder work along Route 14, Challenge San Antonio into Muning. During this time, expect minimal lane shifts and intermittent lane closures. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the Bright Side.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
ISLA, Guam is where I'm from. Tautanu Itamoru, kingdom of our people. GUAM, island in the sun. From Jigo to Molessi, this land is all that we know.
Welcome back. The Bright Side right here on Wave 105. 671-922-1051 is the number. We are online, thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel, the Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Looking back at Bill 337, right? So there was a public hearing on Bill 337, introduced by Senator Joe San Augustine. We're talking about this once again because this bill has been added to the December session. And then also there's a conversation where Gura is... There's supposed to be a meeting today. I don't have the updates, but there was supposed to be a meeting today, like around 2 p.m., to get with the Gura board and decide if they are going to, in fact, move ahead with the resolution to basically, what is it? What is the word I'm trying to look for? I forgot it. Basically, take the land from landowners in Mangilau, right? There are two landowners, one Dr. Joel Joseph, and condemn the land. There you go. Eminent domain. And pursue that even more. Well, there is a bill, 337, that is going to condemn a landowner Mr. Luis Dueñas. And he is in favor of condemning the land and then also trade the property for land that has power and water on it. And listening back to the public hearing, they were going to give him land, but it was going to be in Dededo, or they're working towards giving him the land, and it's in Dededo. They've identified this land. It's Tomorrow Land Trust's land, but it's 1,000 feet away from power and water. And so Mr. Dueñas was like, I don't want that land then. So this is a bill introduced by Senator Joe San Agustin aiming to address flooding issues in Maina by facilitating a land exchange between private property in Maina and government land in Dededo. This legislation addresses an issue of flooding in the low-lying areas of Maina. This is what Senator Joe San Agustin was sharing during the public hearing. The bill seeks to compensate Mr. Dueñas, Luis Dueñas, whose land has been used as a drainage ditch for over 40 years without compensation, by exchanging his property with government land in Dededo. And so, again, this has been happening for about 40 years, and they have not yet figured out how to compensate Mr. Dueñas. And so, to be fair, the administration, Governor Lou Leon Guerrero's administration, through DPW and through Department of Land Management, they're trying to work this out, work with Mr. Dueñas, so that way he can finally be compensated for his land being used for the last 40 years for this drainage ditch in Maina. And so he expressed his concerns, saying an area-based exchange should not be considered just compensation. He pointed out that his property is valued 3 times higher than the proposed land in Dededo. The Dededo lot is about 1,000 feet away from utility connections, which would impose a financial burden if he were to pay for the water and power hookups. So he requested for another lot, closer in value and have utility access, or he be compensated with a payout based on his property's appraised value. So Director of the Department of Land Management, Mr. Joe Borja, did question the language of the bill. He said there's two sentences that seem to be conflicting: area for area and value for value. So he clarified that the only land available for such exchanges is a lot in Dededo. And so there's 70 acres. There was 70 acres available, but 20 acres has already been promised to another landowner. So there's about 50 acres remaining for land exchanges. And so in the public hearing, Senator Joanne Brown also was expressing her concerns about the bill regarding land exchanges without a clear understanding of the appraised value of the properties involved. She said the ongoing issue of private landowners, especially in the southern part of Guam, whose properties have been utilized by the government, sometimes without compensation. She said these landowners have been literally providing for free the opportunity for our people to travel over their property. She also said the costs involved in making land usable, such as laying water and power lines, are expensive and not necessarily a just compensation. I know family members that have basically swapped land in central part of Hagåtña for land in the southern part of the island. More land, but nowhere near power or water, nowhere near a road even. Senator Joe San Agustin acknowledges the longstanding nature of the issue. He said this should have been over a long time ago. This should have been taken over. The fact that we're dealing with this, or he had said that this this situation with Mr. Dueñas has been going on for over 30 years now. And so he is urging that there be amendments to this bill to resolve Mr. Dueñas' situation, whether through land exchange or financial compensation. The director of the Department of Public Works, Vince Arreola, he testified in support of the bill, and he said that this has been an ongoing effort between his department, DPW, and Mr. Dueñas for the past 18 months. Now, recognizing this has been going on since the 1980s, he says, Arreola says this serves as a semi-ponding basin, the land that we're talking about in Maina, and a culvert to manage water flow in the area. Due to its hilly topography, steep conditions, and dense vegetation, the land is largely unsuitable for development without significant costs. So Arreola mentioned that through collaboration between DPW and the landowner, Mr. Dueñas, they'll work with each other to provide just compensation or an equitable resolution for the property's continued use as a water management area. Again, Senator Joe San Augustine explained the bill's purpose, which aims to address flooding issues in Maina by facilitating a land exchange between private property in Maina with the landowner, Mr. Dueñas. The bill seeks to compensate Mr. Dueñas, whose land has been used as a drainage ditch for over 40 years without compensation by exchanging his property with government land in Dededo. And my apologies, it is Senator Roy Canata who introduced the bill. I think the reason why I got it mixed up is Senator Joe San Augustine, if I'm not mistaken. He was like overseeing the whole thing though, like during the public hearing itself. Yeah, looking at a public hearing back in September 16th. I don't even see Senator Roy Canata there. I see Speaker Senator Joe San Augustine, Vice Speaker Tina Rose Munoz Barnes, and then Senator Joanne Brown. But yes, it is introduced by Senator Roy Canata, and then the co-sponsors are Senator Dwayne San Nicolas and Senator Joe San Augustine. And so, looking at this bill, this bill is going to be discussed during the December session, and really wanting to pay attention and see if Mr. Dueñas's concerns have been addressed or are going to be addressed when they start discussing this bill in the December session. And it's just, I can't help but think about Mr. Dueñas and what he has been going through for the last 40 years, and talking about condemning his land, even though it's a smaller parcel, obviously, than the one over on, Route 15, Mangilao, and how they're working all of that through Gura, and seeing how this is all, going to play out. Obviously, they're not connected in any way, but when we're talking about condemning land, or when we're talking about condemning or eminent domain, then this is happening also at the same time for Mr. Dueñas. And he has been having to go through this since, again, the 1980s, since over 40 years ago. And they're trying to address it. Will it be fair, though? And according to the landowner himself, his concerns. And you'll hear him if you ever go back to the public hearing, again, September 16, 2024. You'll hear his concerns. And he's really looking at, land that he can build on that has power and water. Otherwise, he's going to want to be paid fairly. So definitely going to be paying attention to that bill. Definitely going to be paying attention. And so getting word now, understanding, just for clarification, it was amended by Speaker Therese Terlahi to an outright purchase, not an exchange, at the request of the owner. Okay, so there you go. So more clarification there, that they're going to be during the session floor when this bill gets brought up. It has already been amended by Speaker's Committee to an outright purchase and not an exchange. Let's see here. And which now brings up the conversation or the release from Senator Chris Barnett. Senator Chris Barnett introduced or released a press release today around lunchtime. And basically, it's him urging the governor to reconsider using the power of government against our people. This is the title of the release. And criticizes the governor's quick fix mentality. So Senator Chris Barnett, according to the release, is emphasizing the need for a new hospital, but warns that the governor's approach to addressing the island's healthcare crisis through land condemnations and the construction of a 102-acre medical complex is a misguided path that leads the people to the bottom of a sinkhole. While Senator Barnett agrees that a new hospital is necessary to address Guam's growing healthcare needs, he stresses that using government power to seize private land is not the right approach, particularly when it disregards the deep historical fears and trauma many residents have with eminent domain. According to the release, Senator Barnett said it is deeply disappointing to witness the governor wield the power of government, specifically the power of eminent domain, against our people who are now facing the threat of condemnation, all in the name of expanding our healthcare system. If you can easily use your power of eminent domain over one property owner, then every property owner should be rightfully concerned. He said our people have a long history of enduring the threat of eminent domain, feeling powerless and helpless in the face of these government actions. The idea of land condemnations, especially when the purpose is an expansive project that could have long-term lasting consequences, only exacerbates those fears and reinforces a sense of injustice. This is not the way forward. He further states that the challenges at GMHA are clear, and we do not need a new hospital, but that does not mean we should use government overreach to bulldoze over the rights of our people. Barnett said we cannot allow the development of our new hospital to be driven by political expediency or a legacy-driven agenda. The people of Guam deserve better than that. We know we need a new hospital, but it must be done the right way, by coming to the table and working together with the people, the healthcare professionals, and the legislature to build a system that is suitable, transparent, and responsive to the real needs of the community. And I'm just trying to see if there's any updates from that meeting, because it had, from my understanding, it had already happened. So I'm waiting to see how the Gura board has voted on the issue. And then hearing also the governor, when she was speaking on it, she spoke to Patty Arroyo the other morning on the eminent domain, and she's basically saying that this is now in the hands of Gura, that they're overseeing the whole issue. But it is fair for Senator Chris Barnett to look at it and say, listen, this has been this has been the governor's initiative for quite some time. So whether it's Gura that is now overseeing it and the board is now pushing for more property over on Route 15, more land adjacent to the property that they've already purchased for the hospital, it's still all part of the governor's initiative. It's just not coincidence that it can't be. It's just not. Like, let's just not fool ourselves here. It's not coincidence that Gura has decided to take on this initiative and purchase land for a hospital and a medical complex to put other facilities nearby the hospital on Route 15. Because again, Deputy Director Fernando Esteves has said at that press conference when they made the announcement that they purchased land from a trust fund, for the initial hospital only, he had stated Gura is wanting to also add on facilities to include nursing homes. And that is part of Gura's mission. To be fair, it's not just homes. They build one project at a time, right? And projects include police stations. Projects include schools even. iLearn was built through block grants, though. That's the difference here that we're talking about. The police stations that have been built through Gura and the school, iLearn, they were built through block grants. This purchase is using ARPA monies. Well, who has the ARPA money? The governor. Through the U.S. Treasury. Right? And so I know we want to separate the whole... I know we want to separate the governor from this project now, or the administration is saying, well, why? Why is it? Well, because they did try again to go through the legislature, and the legislature shot it down, Eagles Field, right? She did try to get the AG to opine on it, and the AG didn't approve. Then there are bills being introduced for a land in Mangilao, or a bill introduced for a hospital to be built in Ipao Point. Both of them couldn't get through the 37th Guam legislature. One couldn't pass. One passed, but then it got vetoed by the governor. The one that did pass and got vetoed by the governor happened to be the one that states that it would be built on Ipao Point. So it gets vetoed, and then they try for an override. No override. So, again, people are watching, and they cannot help but say this is political. That this is being driven by the administration. And I don't even like to use the statement of, well, we got you. I don't think that that's necessarily a fair assessment. I don't even know if that's a correct assessment, because I'm not a fly on the wall. I'm not going to insinuate, or I'm not going to state that things were said behind closed doors, because I don't have the evidence to prove that. Okay, so here's a bright idea. According to the Organic Act, we can do it this way through GURA. Doesn't need the legislature's approval, doesn't need the AG, because we have our own board that can do this. But when the community gets a hold of it, then just be ready to hear the rumblings of the community to be like, it doesn't seem like it's just that straightforward when you put it all out on the table. And so I can't really speak even further because things happen so fast. Heck, the GURA board, which I don't even know, the GURA board could have denied it. And then this is all a non-conversation. But if they did, and Dr. Joel Joseph is saying, heck no, I'm going to take this to court. It can get drawn out. Heck, Mr. Duenas hasn't even gotten his fair compensation. And the government of Guam has been using it for 40 years. $5:40 in the afternoon. We'll take the break. We've got your last look at some local news and the Real Deal Traffic Report right here on Wave 105.
Lawyers for conspiracy theorist Alex Jones were back in a Houston bankruptcy court trying to stop the sale of his InfoWars to the satirical news outlet The Onion.
Bankruptcy Judge Christopher Lopez saying he won't approve or reject the sale of InfoWars to The Onion until an evidentiary hearing in December. He wants to find out why the trustee approved The Onion's bid over that of a company affiliated with Alex Jones. A lawyer for the Sandy Hook victims' families argued Jones is delaying the sale, buying time to direct his followers to his new platform. Jones owes the Sandy Hook victims' families roughly $1.5 billion in defamation judgments due to his decade of lies about the school massacre being a hoax. Chris Fox, for CBS News, Austin.
A federal judge is allowing an alleged transgender member of the San Jose State's women's volleyball team to play in a conference tournament. 9 players had sued the Mountain West Conference, arguing the athlete, who has not commented on her gender identity, poses a safety risk. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Something magical happens when you unbox the best of British TV with BritBox. Stream acclaimed series starring Olivia Colman, Idris Elba, Sophie Turner, Matthew McFadden, and more of Britain's brightest talent. See what's inside, discover something remarkable, and uncover what perhaps you were looking for all along. Unbox BritBox and stream the best of British TV. Start your free trial at BritBox.com.
Square, a leading platform for businesses, announced the winners of its global awards program, Square 50. This year's honorees include Michelin Guide restaurant Head 11 in San Francisco, Pure Green franchise, a national smoothie chain, Italian eatery Gnocchi on 9th in New York City, and Rejuve Aesthetics and Wellness in Miami. From innovation to community impact, these businesses are making a difference. For the full list of Square 50 winners, visit square.com.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good To Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
I'm a young federal employee. I've never had health insurance before, but I'm thinking I should, just in case. It's federal open season, and I'm researching Take Care's HDHP option. The payroll deduction is really low. I get money in a health savings account to use, and it puts me in control of my health care. I'm choosing Take Care's HDHP option during the federal open season. You should too. Go to takecareasia.com to learn more.
Take Care, our island, your health plan.
The charm and history of Italian food is expressed at Vitali's Italian Restaurant with signature dishes, the tour of Italy, spaghetti carbonara, linguine clam, and delightful pizza with red and white wine to pair nicely with your appetizer of choice. So dine in and enjoy the taste of Italy at Vitali's Italian Restaurant. Open Monday to Thursday, 11 a.m. to 9 a.m., Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Vitali's Italian Restaurant located in the heart of Tumon.
I noticed you've been flipping the channels looking for a place to land on. Well, I'm here at 105.1 The Wave. I'll make you laugh, maybe cry, but you're going to hear everything to get you through your morning. Mornings with Patty. You don't have to listen to me, but I think you're going to want to.
Mornings with Patty on the Wave 105 is brought to you by GTA, Chili's Bar and Grill, Bank Pacific, Subway, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Take Care Insurance, and Pat's Denting and Detailing.
KFC's hot wings are back and better than ever. Hand-breaded to crispy golden perfection, KFC's hot wings pack a punch of bold, fiery flavor in every bite. Freshly made throughout the day, fiery and finger-licking good. It's everything you love about KFC turned all the way up. So head to your nearest KFC and grab KFC hot wings before they fly away. KFC hot wings. It's finger-licking good.
Sherwin-Williams invites you to our annual Blue Bucket Sale from November 29th to December 6th. Purchase one of our handy blue buckets and fill the buckets from our wide variety of specially marked products and receive 25% off those items. Whether you are a contractor or do-it-yourselfer, Sherwin-Williams has you covered. For beautiful colors, exceptional paint, and supplies, plus expert advice, all you have to do is ask Sherwin-Williams. Come see us across from St. John's at 888 Marine Corps Drive in Upper Tumon.
Chili's wants to help you celebrate this holiday season with a gift for everyone. Purchase a $50 gift card at Chili's and receive a $10 coupon for yourself. Give a gift, get a gift. At Chili's, great value and memories happen here.
Now's that time for your last real deal traffic report here on the bright side. Heavy traffic on Route 4 in Chalampago if you're passing the Our Lady of Peace Church, heading to the intersection that leads to Route 10 or Zonia. Slow traffic on Route 4 in Sinahania if you're coming from Hagåtña, heading to the intersection near the Central Precinct. Slow traffic on Route 8 in Mighty if you're passing the supermarket store, heading to the intersection near the McDonald's restaurant. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Munning southbound if you're heading to the intersection that leads to Route 30. Heavy traffic on Route 1 into Munning north and southbound if you're heading to the intersection near the ITC building. Heavy traffic on Route 1 into Munning north and southbound if you're heading to the intersection. If you're coming from the intersection that leads to Route 14B, heading to the intersection that leads to Route 10A. Heavy traffic on Route 10A into Munning if you're coming from the intersection on Route 1, heading to the intersection in front of the Guam Airport. Heavy traffic on Route 1 in Upper Tumon northbound if you're passing the Finnegeisen Street, heading to the intersection that leads to Route 16 or near the Dedado Wendy's restaurant. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. From Tuesday, November 26th to Friday, November 29th between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m., motorists are advised that the contractor will continue shoulder work along Route 14B and on the sidewalk into Munning. During this time, expect minimal lane shifts and intermittent lane closures. And that is your last real deal traffic report here on the bright side.
Welcome back. The Bright Side right here on Wave 105, 547 in the afternoon. 671-922-1051 is the number. We're online to wave105.com as well as the Wave 105.1 FM Guam on YouTube. The Guam Community College, they've got an adult education program, right? and which prepares adult learners with the essential knowledge and skills needed to obtain their diploma or high school equivalency and transition into post-secondary education and training without remediation and become more efficient and productive members of society and the workforce. They've got the following programs that are provided throughout the academic year. They've got the Adult High School Diploma Program, the English as a Second Language course, Integrated Education and Training course, which is a stackable credential, the IET, Integrated Educational and Training course. Prepare students to provide exceptional customer service in various settings within the hospitality field while developing students' communication, information, and digital literacy skills. Additionally, this course will prepare students to obtain the American Hotel and Lodging Educational Institute's Certified Guest Service Professional designation and post exams in reading and writing. Students who enroll in the Student Success Workshop course in the diploma program have an opportunity to earn the WorkKeys National Career Readiness Certificate. WorkKeys is a career skills assessment tool that builds and measures an individual's workplace skills in 3 core subjects: applied math, workplace documents, and graphic literacy. Employers believe these skills to be essential to job success. Now, in order to enroll or be eligible for their adult education program, you must be 18 years or older, must not be enrolled or required to be enrolled in any high school, must be a U.S. citizen or alien resident, must possess a valid government issue ID, must possess a social security number. And then they're doing a adult education program open house. This is happening Thursday, December 5th over at the Guam Community College from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And then again on Friday, December 6th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. This is again going to be at the GCC campus, building 6000. It's going to be on the second floor. And this will give you the opportunity to meet the adult education team to learn more about the program and how the team can help you achieve your educational and career goals. And you'll have the opportunity to tour the department and the campus. You can call the adult education office for more information. Obviously, the hours of operations are before 5 p.m. So just keep this number in your back pocket, yeah? 671-735-5641. That's 735-5641, extension 5415. That's extension 5415. You can also email them at gcc.adulteducation@guamcc.edu. That's gcc.adulteducation@guamcc.edu. Again, that adult education open house is Thursday, December 5th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And then Friday, December 6th, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And working to get some guests in that are part of the adult education program to get them in possibly next week so we can learn more, get more details about this GCC adult education program and how it can empower you, anybody listening on Wave 105, empower you to move on in your career and, you know, ultimately be able to live out your life, hopefully in Guam, and provide for you and your family. 5:52 in the afternoon. Let's see here. There's some port news too. The port dropped a release earlier today on a new telescopic boom lift. They're stating that this is a state-of-the-art 180 foot telescopic boom lift that has arrived. The acquisition of this equipment delivered to the port on November 22nd. According to the release, is a milestone in enhancing the port's capabilities and improving operations. The purchase of the new boom lift, made through the fiscal year 2022 America's Marine Highway Program, was awarded by the Department of Transportation. The grant totals $517,205 $517,205.41 was approved on June 10th, and is part of the $5.7 million that was awarded back in October of 2022 for the expansion of the port's fleet of specialized container yard equipment. It's part of the federal government's ongoing commitment to support the development and modernization of port facilities across the country. This telescopic boom lift will, according to the release, significantly increase the port's ability to safely and efficiently handle high-reach tasks, primarily for the maintenance of the gantry cranes and buildings, as well as inspection and other operational needs throughout the port's facilities. This investment will enhance productivity and contribute to the port's long-term growth and success, reinforcing its role as a critical hub for trade and transportation in the Pacific region. And the whole time that I'm talking about this boom lift and the port, I can't stop thinking about the Attorney General's statement saying that wanting to, having a conversation or with the governor about inspecting every container. And so when you hear about that, immediately you start to think, well, is that going to slow down the work that's happening over at the port, and then also our goods coming into the port? Is that going to slow down the whole process? And so the Attorney General says, no, it's not. That we can have a system in place that it won't. And then we also have the 9 dogs, right, that we were able to get through, get to customs, and they're also going to provide those dogs, those drug detection dogs, to GPD and also DOC. And having the conversation with Senator Chris Duenas, he even acknowledges and understands that that we also need to work with the U.S. Postal Service, because it's no secret that crystal meth is coming through the U.S. Post Office. So we just need to be more focus driven on all points of access, all access points. And then even Senator Chris Duenas was saying that he believes that they're coming in through some of these ships too, or boats. And so we definitely need to continue those conversations, and definitely need to also provide support to those agencies that are doing that work to protect us, from all of these illicit drugs that are coming into our ports. But also, it doesn't really do any good. It doesn't do our society, our community any good when we start to just say, that there are people that are I guess closing their eyes to what is happening, or to allowing drugs to come into our ports. I think, are there those people? I'm sure of it, but you can't just make those kinds of allegations until they come to light, because then you just draw these very divisive conclusions that there are people at different agencies that are doing very bad things, and you're discrediting the good work of people that are providing those services, and ultimately giving of their own selves. They're sacrificing, their own positions. And it just doesn't make for a good, a healthy conversation when you have that kind of mindset either. So, I mean, you commend everybody that is doing the good work, and then when somebody gets charged and finally convicted, then it's only on the one person. It's just unhealthy to draw those conclusions and say, well, there's a whole lot of corruption, and we're going to need to investigate, the whole agency or the whole organization. I think that when people are in those positions, they've earned it, and we need to continue to support them and commend them for the work that they do, rather than say, oh, people are lazy, people are corrupt, people are taking money to only better their own lives. If there's no proof, then we just keep on moving. Speaking of that, it's time to move on out of here. 6 o'clock on the dot. We're going to get you your light nights right here on Wave 105, and then we'll do this all over again tomorrow on a Wednesday, starting with Mornings with Patty Arroyo, and Dice from 6 to 10 a.m. And then we've got Maximum Millennium Music all the way until Issa and I are back in here doing the Brightside. All right, here on the Sound of Guam, we are Wave 105. Everybody get home safe. Adios.
KGUM-FM, Hagatnya, Guam. The Sound of Guam is Wave 105 FM.